Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. Jim Baird recently claimed the Bookwalter for Congress grassroots campaign to unseat Baird is a political weapon of the swamp and that Charles Bookwalter is a rhino. Really? Well, let's just see who really owns who. On the left are the top donors of the Jim Baird campaign. On the right, we have the top donors of the Bookwalter campaign. What do you notice? Baird is right. Charles Bookwalter is owned by the people of the 4th District. And who owns Jim Baird? The swamp. The swamp owns Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips, so sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall. Your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter about the issues important to you. Jump into the comments and join the conversation. Now, without further ado, here's your host, congressional candidate for Indiana's 4th District, Charles Bookwalter. Well, here we go. Another week, and we're back. Charles, we had a big week last week. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, we sure did. I'll open up with that's the rich man's trick. That was interesting to throw that in there. I'll tell you what. Well, I'm willing to back my taste with necessary force too.
Exactly. That's what the rich men don't understand. That's what the globalists don't understand, is that we're Americans. We are a unique beast on the face of the earth. We're the first group of people who have been brought up with no king in our history, no oversight of who we are as a people. We get to choose what we want to do, and it's not the global elite that get to do that. So
that's right.
And that's why you joined the fight.
Yeah, Christ is king, and that's a beautiful thing about Jesus. Jesus showed us for the first time that, so many empires and dynasties in the history were they were men that they called deities, that they were bestowed this kingship or whatever by God, and that's what Jesus came to show us, is that no man is God and no man will ever be God. Jesus is king. And it was a great lesson throughout history, and that's what makes us different. That's what makes Western civilization, Christian culture. It's what makes us different. We'll bow to no man. And, if anything ever proved, Afghanistan proved it 2 times against the Russians and the Americans, that when you're fighting for freedom on your own soil, and Americans proved it during the Revolutionary War.
Yep.
When you're fighting for freedom on your own soil, you can defeat the most powerful military in the world, as opposed to people that are just paid mercenaries or paid soldiers. It happens in every movement. I saw it. I can see it in the fight in the 2 primary rule. The attorney, Michelle Harder, that's working on that, is so passionate about this. She's so invested. She would do it for free.
Right.
And the state, they're just paid to do it. Right. So I've been to every single arguments. Their arguments are terrible. They're not good. And Michelle doesn't need notes. She doesn't need anything. She knows this case in and out. It's just an example of when you're doing it through passion and liberty, it's easy, and you can easily defeat a more powerful adversary.
Well, I think it's interesting here this last week. There was a lot of news, and one of the things that you might have missed, and if you haven't seen it, I'm going to recommend that you go watch it, Charles. The interview that Tucker Carlson did, number 75. I can't remember the gentleman's name. It's Ben something. It escapes me right now.
Benz. Is it Ben?
That's
B-E-N-Z?
it. Yeah. Where he went off and explained. Tucker Carlson basically just said, "Okay, go," and the guy, he vomited information that the American people need to see. It's about the deep state. It's how we're being run. It's who's controlling everything. And it's interesting that what he said in this new episode number 75 and what was in that documentary, Everything is a Rich Man's Trick, it just comes together and shows you that we've been run by tyrants and potentially Nazis, believe it or not, since World War II. And it seems insane to hear that, but the more and more we dig into this, the more that we're finding is that the Bushes, for example, were very involved with supporting Hitler and the Nazis, Prescott Bush, George W.'s dad. And it sounds insane and it sounds conspiratorial, but when you dig into it and you find out we've never escaped what we fought against and what the brave men and women fought against in World War II, we're back up against it today. And it's important that we start paying attention to the signs of what's happening. And that's why I'm excited to have you here as part of what the campaign is. You've traveled the world, you've seen what's going on, and you know that there's a bigger enemy out there than the American people are even aware of, and that's why you're running, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And it more than just, it was not just Prescott Bush. It was George Herbert Walker, I think was the name of it, Herbert Walker. It was the other side of the Bush family as well, and E.H. Harriman and all those nefarious actors. And I encourage anyone to go check out that documentary, Rich Man's Trick. There's a few out there on Rumble and other other channels about this. I think I've watched the Rich Man's Trick twice, all the way through, and I've recently looked at it again lately, but it's fascinating.
This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall. That's your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter. I should have turned that off. I thought we had that turned off and ready to go.
Commercial. I can understand you just want to throw it up there anytime. Great commercial. Like very well done.
Sorry for the interruption.
All right, but hey, we'll so I did actually, someone brought up that Ben's interview to me, and they told me I don't know what's going on in the world until I watch that Ben thing. And I'm like, slow down. Like, it's not a false dichotomy. It's not one or the other. I probably know what this guy is talking about already. This is just another messenger of information that I've already, because this isn't the first time. There's guys like Andrew Sutton that have been writing these books, Wall Street and the Bolsheviks, Wall Street and Hitler. Sutton's been writing about this. Quigley has written about this. And so I've read this stuff of these authors that have been studying this for decades. It's just that these Bens and these new guys are coming across information for the first time, and they're starting to talk about it.
Well, it's not. This isn't information. This is brand new information that Ben's is portraying. What he told Tucker was the connections between all of the three-letter agencies and their subsequent agencies that they've created that are listening to us and spying on us and violating our Fourth Amendment rights and our First Amendment rights and silencing us on social media. That we, the American people, actually funded the process that is now censoring us, and it all comes through the military. All of it's through the Department of Defense, including everything that happened with the censoring on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, in particular, TikTok. TikTok has a huge presence. America has a huge military presence on TikTok in censoring Americans under the guise of democracy. That's air quotes, by the way. Under the guise to protect democracy, you can't talk against the way that they're practicing democracy. It's insane.
The concept is no different. I think I brought it up here before, but the concept is no different. I know you and I have talked about this, Kramer, and the best book that I saw this outlined in was in As We Go Marching by John T. Flynn. John T. Flynn was a former classical liberal and almost you could call leftist during the Roosevelt era, and he was anti-New Deal. He was completely against the New Deal. And then World War II started, and I think he kind of fell in line with it, but then started to object to what was going on with World War II. And he said this, and this is what the original America Firsters said, because I'm an America First candidate, and there's a lot of people that call themselves America First, but I don't think they know where America First came from. It came from this old line of thinkers: Robert Taft, John T. Flynn, Garrett Garrett, Frank Chodoroff. These are Colonel McCormick, who started the Chicago Tribune. These are all the old America Firsters, also called isolationists. And what they said was, The reason that we cannot go with the New Deal, which is progressivism and socialism taking over America, and then go fight in World War II, is because in order to do that, what you are saying is we are fighting communism abroad, and we are adopting these principles at home. And they're like, what is going on? Why would we adopt price controls, conscription, high taxes, food rationing, all of these socialist, communist ideas we started implementing right here on our shores in the New Deal, World War II timeframe, World War II era, and then started building this administrative, managerial class around it that we're facing right now as these weapons get turned against us because we have adopted these policies right here at home. So we can say that it's for democracy, but you see how they're using those words against us. We're doing this for you to protect democracy. They said the same thing in the World War II.
Right.
We're going to fight this abroad so that we can preserve our freedoms at home, all the while forcing socialist, communist policies in America that have only expanded to where we are today, at a breaking point, at an inflection point.
Well, and it's interesting that they're using the tools, and what Benz goes through in this episode 75 and talks about with Tucker Carlson is that the tools that they utilized to use against our enemies, they've now turned inward. Now, we've been saying that for the last few years, but Charles, it's evident. You know, myself, I don't want to put myself out there too much, but I've had over 100 TikTok accounts, and all I talk about are American freedoms and our system of government. That's all I talk about. I don't dance naked. I don't do any of the weird stuff, right? I don't do anything other than patriotic stuff. And for that, I've been silenced over 100 times. And then we learned last night from Benz is that that's the Department of Defense doing that to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, we talk about this a lot. It's a common thing we talk about. Well, let's switch gears. Let's talk about what's been going on, what we did all last week, and lead into kind of what I want to talk about tonight.
Okay.
You can monitor for questions. We'll take as many questions. Do we need to go to commercial first before we get started?
Let's do that, and we'll be right back after this.
All right.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Oh, I can't hear you, Kramer.
Yeah, we're back, and last week was a big week, and this week has been just as hectic. Let's get into it. Go ahead and share with the people what's been going on.
I just got a text from my family. My father just had a cabbage, a triple bypass, and he is on his way home tonight. They're just leaving the hospital, so if you're a praying person, you can say a short prayer for them. He's doing great. I just wanted to share that with everybody, and prayers are welcome. So last week, we started off the honor of speaking at the Service Club of Indianapolis. The Service Club is a group of veterans that started 104 years ago, right after World War I. It was a group of veterans that wanted to get together and do good in their community. And then every time they went to do good, they kind of realized there's already and back then when associations mattered and the church was big and community was big before the government took over all these roles, there were people doing it. So the service community just started meeting as a group of veterans that met and told stories and had a good time. So I was able to speak at their event this week. And because today's Thursday, it was Monday. And then that evening we went down to Kentucky and I spoke at the America First Revival Project, an incredible program they have going on down there. General Michael T. Flynn was the guest speaker there. His speak was incredible. What he spoke about, we might get into a little bit of that today. Latinos for Trump were there, so they had a little concert. It was a really good event. It was fun. And then the next day, Tuesday morning, I had to speak. I was invited to speak at the Hendricks County GOP breakfast, and that's what I want to talk a little bit about. because I'd had some words prepared to talk about at that breakfast. But after the Flynn event and after speaking at these few events, like I just felt it was a little different. My approach wanted to be different. So I just started over on the drive home. I was driving with somebody and I got home. I wasn't done. I stayed up till 2:30 in the morning working on that. And then I got a lot of positive feedback of what I talked about at Hendricks County. So I want to talk about that here. And another reason is because it has to do with engaging in the political process and the two primary rule. And I also got some feedback about last week about, coming in hot. And I came in hot last week. And you know why? Because I had found out an hour before the town hall that the Indiana Supreme Court had overturned the lower court's ruling that the two primary rule was unconstitutional. And I'm very close to this, as many as you know, having invested a lot of my time and resources into defeating this unconstitutional rule in Indiana, making Indiana the most strict for ballot access in the entire United States. It's crazy what they have done. They have put a 6-year holding period on 81% of Hoosiers that don't participate in the primary election. So if you have not voted in two primaries, which affects about 81% of Hoosiers, then you cannot run for office for 6 years. And what we've talked about before, and that Anderson v. Celebres makes it clear. It states that a candidate is a rallying point for important issues of the day. And these important issues change quickly and frequently. And you need to have access to the ballot and access to political power and action immediately in these quickly changing times. And COVID proved that. And I've said all along that the reason that Indiana made the one primary rule, the two primary rule, effective immediately in 2021 was because they knew there was an awakening happening. They knew that conservatives were upset, and they knew that conservatives were engaging in the political process. So so here's how I opened up to Hendricks County. I kind of told them why I was running and what our campaign was doing. Because one, Hendricks County does a GOP breakfast every month, I think, which is a great thing. They're one of the few GOPs in my district that actually have something regular going on for the party to talk about things and have candidates in. And so that's great. That's great that they're doing that and open it up and invited me to go speak there. And I told them what I had done in the last few months as a candidate, that we had, and Kramer, you're very close to this, we went out to the straw poll in Iowa because a blizzard had come through and it was negative 20 degrees and people weren't getting out to campaign in that weather. So we decided, we had some time, we decided to go over there to see how can we help Republicans get out the vote, particularly and specifically, how can we help Trump have a resounding win? And that was the words we used and what we talked about. We went out there, we contacted the Trump campaign. We said, we're on our way over here. We got a 4-wheel drive truck and we can help people. We can get out the vote. We can do whatever we need. It ended up, it was too cold to do door to door or anything like that. So we went to a gun show where they have to collect signatures. And we campaigned with a local America First candidate, David Pouch. And David Pouch, and it's different in Iowa. Iowa needs signatures for every primary. So David has to get 50 signatures from each county within his district. And so we helped get signatures, and we helped the Trump campaign kind of talk about Trump during that time. But it was because we need a resounding win, right? We need a resounding win in Iowa for Trump, which he got, by the way, immediately. He won all 92 counties, I believe.
He missed one. There was one.
Okay. 91 counties. But that's a major win. And then that night, we went to the only town hall available because they had all been canceled. We went to a Vivek Ramaswamy town hall in Davenport, and it was a great event. A lot of people showed up, and specifically at the end during Q&A, someone asked a question. Vivek, what about election integrity? We all are concerned with the mail-in ballots. We feel the election was stolen in 2020. How are we going to make sure that doesn't happen again? And Vivek Ramaswamy said, we need a resounding win.
Yep.
We need massive voter turnout. We need people engaging at the grassroots level. He said all of these things, right? And then we went to the Iowa caucus, to that high school in Davenport. We spoke for Trump. We said some similar things. And then, again, I'm speaking to the Hendricks County GOP. I told them just last night, I was in Kentucky at the America First Revival Project, where General Michael T. Flynn was speaking. And what did General Michael T. Flynn say after he endorsed my candidacy once again and made a video? And by the way, all these videos, the Service Club of Indiana, the America Revival Project, General Michael T. Flynn's video, they're all on my Facebook page. You can go to that page and you can watch all the speeches and you can see what we had to say, and it's all available online. General Michael T. Flynn said, in order to secure a 2024 election, we need 75% voter turnout. We need massive turnout. We need people engaged. We need a grassroots effort. I think General Flynn endorsed me because of our political campaign to recruit precinct committeemen, recruit delegates, engage people, and bring them into the party. Like I tell people, exactly what Green Berets do: recruit, train, and fight alongside your allies. And we've had tremendous success in Boone County and in the 4th District of Indiana. Indiana's been successful at it, and it's happening all over the United States, which was confirmed by General Flynn, who travels all over the United States, meeting with people like me and groups like ours, and to recruit and do what he's doing. And so I spoke to that crowd in Kentucky, and I told them what we were doing in Indiana about that recruiting, training, and helping conservative Republicans get elected, understanding their responsibilities as a citizen in our government and the responsibility to get involved in governance and not just let a ruling class govern over us. And like I said, General Flynn let everyone know in that room that this is happening all over the United States. And I told these people in Hendricks County, we should not be discouraging people getting involved in the party. And that's exactly what they are doing with this 2 primary rule. This is exactly what they're doing. And I am so disappointed. And I said this, Hendricks County, for all of you that are out of state, and I appreciate you watching and I appreciate your support. Hendricks County in my district has the largest voter turnout in the primary. 25% of the votes will come from Hendricks County. And I sat there among a bunch of elected officials and a bunch of political party people, and I told them how disappointed I am in the Republican Party for their strong support of the 2 primary rule, which is unconstitutional on its face, because it is in Indiana, based on the Constitution, you can run for office at 21. But if you get out your calculator and do the math, if you can vote in your first primary at age 18, and it's depending on where your birthday is in the year, it may be that by the time you're 21, you don't have 2 primaries, and therefore you can't run for office according to these new rules. So it's unconstitutional on its face, and the Constitution says nothing about primaries in the first place or any qualifications other than being of a certain age and a citizen. Those are the only qualifications. It's just codes and statutes layered have added to all this stuff to make it more difficult for us. And it's, like I said, it imposes a 6-year wait on 81% of Hoosiers. Now, something else to consider is that the Supreme Court of the United States has only upheld a 12-month waiting period on a candidate to run in one of the 2 major parties for them to prove that they're one of those parties, right? So you got 12 months to either join the party or vote in a primary or become active in the party. The Supreme Court has only held up to 12 months. That's it. Indiana put 6 years on it. They by 6 times. That's what Indiana put on it. And here's what's probably
and by the way, Charles, some people are confused that this is just a GOP issue. It is not just a GOP issue.
No, and I get into that. I've got my notes here. I get into that.
Okay.
The Democrats are doing the same thing, and I'll just talk about that now because the Democrats are doing the same thing. Up to this point, I've heard from 3 counties so far, and they've confirmed that there have been precinct committeemen and delegates challenged. 10 in one county, 12 in my own county, and 30 in another county. And if we just say that the average is 10 in 92 counties, that means we're going to have like 1,000. We'll have 1,000 challenges to people that are engaging in politics for the first time because they're concerned about their country. And it's happening on both the Republican and Democrat side. The Democrats are doing it too. I just don't know the numbers because I'm not that interested in what they're doing. And they're not a serious party in the first place. They're socialists. They're Democrat socialists. They're not even Democrats like of your parents' party. But the Democrats are doing the same thing. And here's how I feel about that. I'm an example. I'm proof that the Republican Party will use this law to keep conservatives off the ballot. They did it to me in 2022, and we fought back. And now we have more proof. We have hundreds of candidates that are being challenged, not because they're not Republicans. They've voted in general election Republican their entire life, just like me. It's just that they only have one primary because they didn't know, they haven't been engaged or whatever. They're apathetic. We all admit it, mea culpa. We're all responsible for that. But what the Republican Party is saying, well, if we don't do this, Democrats are going to come into our party and run. Well, what I say is, bring it. This is a primary. We know that, first of all, in Indiana, the primary is the election, okay? In many districts and counties in Indiana, the primary is the election. We also know what incumbents do during the primary. Do incumbents in the primary become more moderate, more like Democrats, or do they become more conservative, like people like me? They become more conservative to get closer to their base, to rally their base. So if you get a Democrat that wants to come into a primary and challenge me from the left, bring it on. I don't care. I wouldn't even challenge it. Bring it on. Let's show you how soundly you'll be defeated in a primary. So that's not even an excuse by the Republican Party. It's a terrible excuse for them to say, oh, it's just going to lead to party rating. First of all, we have demonstrable and provable. We have proof that is being used to hold conservatives off the ballot, first of all. And second of all, it doesn't even align with how primaries go anyway. Democrats.
Well, let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick because I think it's important for people to understand what you mean by that. When you say that they're kicking conservatives off the ballot, let's explain what's happening in the state of Indiana right now with those precinctmen and committeemen, delegates rather, that are running, some of them for the first time ever getting involved with the GOP in the state of Indiana, and how many are getting kicked off the ballot for this rule?
I don't know yet. Our team right now, our team is looking and requesting information from county coordinators, all our district, and we've broken up the state into different areas, and we're getting our county coordinators to get those numbers. We don't know, but I'm saying it's going to average 10.
So an estimation would be if you've got 90-some counties in the state, it's going to average out to be about 1,000 people get kicked off the ballot.
Yes, 1,000 Hoosiers who are engaging in politics for the first time because they're upset with the country. We all know there's a major problem going on. The Republican Party is going to use this to remove them from the ballot. Okay, so let's say out of the 1,000, even 10% are Democrats that are trying to come over and win. Then that's a good deal. It's worth it. Keep those 900 or 990 off. And let those very few Democrats that are going to run in a primary, which is more conservative, let them challenge let them challenge us. But in reality, we know that is not how it's being used. It is not at all how it's being used to hold off conservatives. So what happens is someone in the party in each county challenges a precinct committeeman or delegate who has decided to run for office. And oh, by the way, sorry, I got to clarify another thing. The 2 primary rule, which is Indiana Code 3827, was passed as legislation in the Indiana General Assembly. That affects elected positions. Shortly after we were challenging it, about a year ago, I think, the Indiana Republican Party changed their bylaws to require every position within the party to have 2 primaries. That's what I mean by saying I'm so disappointed that the party is so strongly behind this in light of what's going on. So the precinct committeemen and delegate position are party positions. They're not elected positions. They are elected, but they're within the party. So it doesn't go down to the election division. It stays at the county level. So now the election board is going to hear the challenges across Indiana about why someone should be on or off the ballot. And we already know how it's going to happen because we've already seen it played out. They look at it and they say, did you satisfy the law? No, you haven't voted in 2 primaries. Okay, then you're taken off the ballot. That's all they have to do. That's all they have to prove is, did you get a signature from the GOP chair? No. Do you have 2 primaries? No. Okay, you're off the ballot.
And to go get that signature from the GOP chair, you've got to be an insider for them to do that. They don't give it to the guy who's fighting against their guy.
That's right. And that's why it's a 14th Amendment issue. It's equal access to politics. In 2022, when I ran, there was a random guy in another district that the GOP chair signed off on him. He didn't have 2 primaries. Jim Baird didn't need 2 primaries when he ran. None of these elected officials needed 2 primaries, yet we need 2 primaries now. And moreover, there are a lot of candidates in Indiana that are now in elected positions that have a Democrat primary on their record. And they went to the GOP because they were either elected or they were in party politics, or they were a friend, or they were an ally, and they went to the chair and they got the signature from the chair, even though they have a Democrat vote in their past.
So it's an arbitrary rule.
It's an arbitrary rule. It's only applied and if you're an outsider or a grassroots candidate or a conservative. And here's the worst thing about it. And this is what I tried to explain. Not the worst thing. It's all bad. I think I say the worst thing about it on everything because it's all so bad. But what I said to the Hendricks County GOP is this is the cycle of disenfranchisement that we're talking about already in primaries in Indiana. You're lucky to get 4% or 8% voter turnout. Why? Because everyone knows the primary is the election. And when you don't have a primary challenger, what does it matter?
Right.
You don't go vote. It's a waste of time. If there's no one challenging an incumbent, then there's no reason to go vote other than now to make sure you vote in primaries. That's
right.
it.
And this 2 primary rule has limited the number of candidates in the state of Indiana. I think your number is that up to 80% of people would not qualify to be able to run for office. If they got upset about what's happening, they would have to wait. 80% of people in the state of Indiana would have to wait up to 6 years to get on the ballot.
Yes. They have to wait 2 election cycles or get the signature from one person. And if you're not on the good list of that one person, you're not getting the signature. I'm proof of that. And the 1,000 other people are proof of that as well. And I was explaining to Hendricks County, and I think this is what was what they most appreciated is that our campaign, the whole reason for our campaign is to recruit people, train them, get them involved, bring out conservatives and grassroots candidates to engage them. That's your duty. That's your responsibility.
Well, and that's your personal training. I mean, as a former Green Beret, your job was to go in with the insurgents, correct? Those that are fighting on the ground against the enemy that we have, a common enemy, and show them, give them the tools. It's almost like Christ, teaching a man to fish versus giving him the fish.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, our motto is De Oppresso Liber, to free the oppressed. And that's the same thing I've talked about. That's what we've applied across the 4th district, is recruiting people that are like-minded, that feel there's a problem going on, that are dissatisfied with the current way that our government is being run, and to train them by providing courses, constitutional live courses, turning point courses, precinct committeeman courses, like what your job is as a precinct committeeman, what you do, why it's important. We've held multiple courses on what it is and why it's important to be engaged at this level, and then helping them get elected. And we've been very effective. And I think that's why when I got done with that meeting, I had a lot of people coming up to me saying, yes, I'm there. I had someone call me today that was at that meeting that said, I am 100% behind you. I'm involved in the party. I'm an elected official, and I want to help you. So, and that wasn't the only person. I had
because they realize how destructive it is to democracy and to our electoral process.
Yeah, and they're dissatisfied.
Right.
They know that that the Republican Party of Indiana and in the United States is not reflecting our conservative Republican core values. They say one thing and they do another. They are working on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce in Indiana or the big money interests. And we'll see this about the second topic that we're going to talk about tonight. It's all about the money. It's not about freedom. It's not about the Constitution. You say oftentimes, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Like, this is what they say. It's like them saying that they're using censorship to preserve democracy.
Right.
No, they're not. It's about money. It's about power. That is what it's about. It's not about the Constitution. It's not about democratic values. It's not about green energy. It's not about election integrity. It's not about border security. It's not about economic development. None of that is about it. Right. It's about the love of money. Yep. That is what it's about.
And the power that comes along with it. Hey, let's take another break here. When we come back, let's catch up with subject number 2, and we can talk about what happened in Shepherdsville, Kentucky.
Hey, my name is General Mike Flynn, and I'm here with Charles Bookwalter. And Charles is running for Indiana Congressional District number 4. When is the election?
May 7th.
May 7th is the primary. Now, what we got to do to get him into office, to get him into the general election, we got to have more than 35% turnout. The average right now in your district is about 35%. People got to get out there and vote. So get off your rear ends and get out there and vote. Otherwise, we're going to lose this country. And a guy like Charles is amazing service. He's a great guy. He's a great leader. He knows exactly what we need to do in this country. And that's why I'm standing, with him and endorsing him for for the House of Representatives, Congressional District number 4, for the great state of Indiana. And Charles will definitely do you right when you get him into office. So get out there and vote. Okay?
Thank you very much,
God
sir.
bless you, buddy.
I appreciate your
and thank you for
sir.
everything that you're doing.
Thank you,
All
sir,
right?
very much.
Super. God bless.
Our nation is at a breaking point. Out of control crime, runaway inflation, political corruption, and politicians who talk a big game but just can't seem to deliver. Charles Bookwalter is a proven conservative leader, a man of faith and conviction, a former Green Beret. Charles Bookwalter offered his life in the service of his nation once before and is now willing to serve again. To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and his vision for the state of Indiana and this great nation, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. Donate, volunteer, join in, stand up, and fight back. This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall. Your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter about the issues important to you. Jump into the comments and join the conversation. Now, without further ado, here's your host, congressional candidate for Indiana's 4th District, Charles Bookwalter. And we're back. So, when you went down to Elizabethtown and we walked in there and you had your time with General Flynn, what was the number one thing that you came away with? What he's doing and his dedication to this country. What was your number one takeaway?
I think it was the common goal that we have, and I think that's why I met General Flynn, and we had about a 30-minute conversation in Missouri where we met, Kramer, at the Election Crime Bureau Summit.
This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
He's great. Great commercial.
I know. I got to turn that off.
Great commercial.
I got to turn that off.
Play it as much as you can.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And there were a line of people that wanted to talk to General Flynn. And he literally gave me 20 or 30 minutes standing there near a booth and talking to him. And I gave him what I thought would be my 30-second elevator pitch. And it ended up being a 30-minute elevator pitch telling him everything that we're doing in Boone County, all the election integrity meetings that we've had, the group that we formed to fight all these major issues, my major my story about what got me involved, and my major platform issues. And I think this is what really got it. I told him what we just talked about recruit, train, and fight alongside, the successes we've had, engaging people in the party. And I believe that General Flynn is doing the same thing at the national level. And he's looking for people like me that are leading these small efforts and trying to bring them all together under this national movement to peacefully and through the political process retake our country back. He's very concerned that this next election, that, he made it clear, like we all know, the plan of the globalists, like the dirty trick globalists, was for Obama to be in 8 years, then for Hillary Clinton to be in 8 years, and that was it. Like they would have full control of their Green New Deal, full control of the money, the Paris Accords, the military-industrial complex, censoring, eavesdropping, spy networks. They would have had full control of it, and their plan is in perfect sync. Donald Trump stopped all of that. And he stopped that from happening. Not that he's any kind of savior, and not that he didn't screw up and make mistakes. His biggest mistake is the people he surrounded himself with, and we all know that. Right? We all know that. That's why we need to send good people there to help President Trump on his next term. But he made it very clear that these are not Democrats. They're not the Democrats of the 60s. These are democratic socialists. That's exactly what they are. And if they win in another election, and if they take over another 4 or 8 years, the outlook for America is dire. Yeah, it is dire.
Well, you can already tell the lying that's happening on a regular basis. Again, Joe Biden said today that the economy's booming, that everything's going great, that inflation's dropping. Of course, inflation's dropping for those items that aren't selling: houses, cars, what do you call it? Refrigerators, dryers, washers, that kind of stuff. But the things that we use on a daily basis, food, through the roof, and that doesn't get measured in this process. They say that food is not an inflationary item. Yeah,
they call it the basket, the food, household basket or something like that. They removed it from the equation. And remember, I talked about this last time. That's why you have to go to shadowstats.com.
Yep.
Shadowstats.com measures inflation from the 80s, and it tracks it without all these changes. When government doesn't like a number, they just change the definition. Or, for example, if government doesn't like the way that their vaccine is working, they just change the definition of the vaccine. And so they do the same thing with our economic statistics. And if you look at other sites, you'll see that inflation is really at 20 to 22%.
Right.
Yeah, because they've taken all those items out of that basket, and so it makes it look like it's better. It's gaslighting.
Right. It is the definition of gaslighting. Speaking of which, we got a question here from YouTube. It asks, what's the biggest thing on middle Americans' minds? I live in Massachusetts, and illegal immigration is overwhelming us here. That's in Massachusetts. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's not just in Massachusetts. It's on the mind of everybody in Indiana. When we went out to the straw poll in Iowa, that was the top two things, the border and inflation. So it's not just you. It's absolutely a concern for everyone because we can see it. We see what's going on. And out in Massachusetts, you see it better than anybody, what's going on. And what can we do? Well, my plan is to remove our troops from overseas, pull our troops back, stop funding wars all over this excessive warmongering that the United States does, and put our troops, stack them up on the border, close our border for at least 20 years. We need to close our border. We need to put our states that are border states in control of immigration policy. The federal government, it's not even in the Constitution. They talk about immigrants. They don't talk about border. They don't even talk about immigrants as far. They talk about, I think, emigrants, not immigrants. And so we need to give this power back to the states, let the states issue border policy. They're the closest to it. They can fix this the best way. All we've seen in the history of my lifetime and generations before me is this buildup of more theater, more funding for HHS and Border Patrol and Homeland Security, and just all these agencies that are ostensibly supposed to be taking care of this issue, and it's worse than it ever has been. So either they are complicit in it or they are completely incompetent. Either way, it cannot stand. We need to redirect our resources back to the states and redirect our defense, our definition of defense. Remember, a Department of Defense.
Right.
We need to redirect our military forces back to our homeland and start defending our borders instead of defending the borders of everyone in the NATO alliance, for example.
Right. Well, I think it was interesting that in the last couple of weeks here, we've been unable for the left or the right to come together and to do anything about our border, but they found billions for Israel's and for Ukraine's.
It's offensive. That's why Americans are so mad, because we're not dumb. Common sense is not that hard. We're not dumb. We know that this, and we've given them so much power, authority, and resources, and they've squandered it.
Yep.
Squandered it as they develop these big agencies and these positions and department head of this, and they're millionaires. They get wealthy off these schemes and plans, and they leave the rest of us vulnerable. Our cities are overrun with immigrants. There's crime. There's rampant.
Well, not immigrants, illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, and they're not even immigrants. They're criminals in our nation. I'm not going to give them a status that is gives them some kind of leeway. They're criminals.
Yes, yeah. Many of them are criminals, and we can't afford it. And the sanctuary cities are. And I think it was Mayor Adams in New York's talking about. They're already giving these illegal immigrants more food stamp welfare than they are our own people. The hotels get more for a migrant than they do for a homeless person. Now, no one should be getting any of this. First of all, it should be taken care of in our community level. But our own government is completely mishandling this. It's all political. It's why we were warned about having the federal government so heavily involved in the state issues. It's why federalism was so important, because our founding fathers saw it before. They knew that this will get out of control, that when everything becomes political, we become divided and divisive. Nothing gets solved. And this system is only perpetuates itself. That's what happens. It only perpetuates itself.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th.
The changing world order. The times ahead will be radically different from those that we've experienced in our lifetimes, though similar to many times before. How do I know that? Because they always have been. Over my roughly 50 years of global macroeconomic investing, I've learned the hard way that the most important events that surprised me did so because they never happened in my lifetime. These painful surprises led me to study the last 500 years of history for similar situations, where I saw that they had indeed happened many times before, with the ups and the downs of the Dutch, British, and U.S. empires. And every time they did, it was a sign of the changing world order. This study taught me valuable lessons that I'm going to pass along to you here in a distilled form. You can find the comprehensive version in my book, Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order. Let me begin with a story that brought me to this point, about how I learned to anticipate the future by studying the past. In 1971, when I was a young clerk on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the United States ran out of money and defaulted on its debts. That's right, the U.S. ran out of money. How? Well, back then, gold was the money used in transactions between countries. Paper money, like the dollar, was like checks in a checkbook in that it had no value other than it could be exchanged for gold, which was the real money. At the time, the United States was spending a lot more money than it was earning by writing a lot more of these paper money checks than it had gold in the bank to exchange for them. As people turned these checks into the bank for gold money, the amount of gold in the U.S. started to dwindle. It soon became obvious that the U.S. couldn't keep its promises for all the existing paper money, so people holding dollars rushed to exchange them before the gold ran out. Recognizing that the U.S. was going to run out of real money, on Sunday evening, August 15th, President Nixon went on television to tell the world that the U.S. was breaking its promise to let people exchange their dollars for gold. Of course, he didn't say it that way. He said it more diplomatically, without making it clear that the United States was defaulting.
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
I watched in awe, realizing that money as we understood it was ending. What a crisis. I expected the stock market to plunge the next day, so I got on the exchange floor early to prepare. When the opening bell rang, pandemonium broke out, but not the kind I expected. The market was up, way up, and went on to rise nearly 25%. That surprised me, because I never experienced a currency devaluation before. When I dug into history, I discovered that the exact same thing happened in 1933 and had the exact same effect. Then, paper dollars were also linked to gold, which the U.S. was running out of because it was spending more paper money checks than it had gold to exchange for them. And President Roosevelt announced on the radio that he would break the country's promise to exchange dollars for gold.
It was then that I issued the proclamation providing for the National Bank holiday. And this was the first step in the government's reconstruction of our financial and economic fabric. The second step, last Thursday, was the legislation promptly and patriotically passed by the Congress, confirming my proclamation and broadening my powers so that it became possible, in view of the requirement of time, to extend the holiday and lift the ban of that holiday gradually in the days to come. This law also gave authority to develop a program of facilitation
In both cases, breaking the link to gold allowed the U.S. to continue spending more than it earned, simply by printing more paper dollars. Since there was an increase in the number of dollars without an increase in the country's wealth, the value of each dollar fell. As these new dollars entered the market, without a corresponding increase in productivity, they went to buy lots of stocks, gold, and commodities, and hence caused their prices to rise. As I studied more history, I saw that the exact same thing happened many, many times before. I saw that since the beginning of time, when governments spent much more than they took in taxes, and conditions got bad, they ran out of money and they needed more. So they printed more, a lot more, which made its value fall and made the prices of most everything, including stocks, gold, and commodities, rise. That's when I first learned the principle that when central banks print a lot of money to relieve a crisis, buy stocks, gold, and commodities, because their value will rise and the value of paper money will fall. This printing of money is also what happened in 2008 to relieve the mortgage-driven debt crisis, and in 2020 to relieve the pandemic-driven economic crisis, and it almost certainly will happen in the future. So I suggest that you keep this principle in mind. These experiences gave me another principle, which is to understand what is coming at you, you need to understand what happened before you. That principle led me to study how the Roaring '20s bubble turned into the 1930s depression, which gave me the lessons that allowed me to anticipate and profit from the 2007 bubble, turning into the 2008 bust. All these experiences led me to develop an almost instinctual urge to look to the past for similar situations, to learn how to handle the future well. Changing orders. Over the last few years, three big things that hadn't happened in my lifetime prompted me to do this study. First, countries didn't have enough money to pay their debts, even after lowering interest rates to zero, so their central banks began printing lots of money to do so. Second, big internal conflicts emerged due to growing gaps in wealth and values. This showed up in political populism and polarization between the left, who want to redistribute wealth, and the right, who want to defend those holding the wealth. And third, increasing external conflict between a rising great power and the leading great power, as is now happening with China and the United States. So I looked back. I saw that all these had happened together before, many times, and nearly always led to changing domestic and world orders. The last time this sequence happened was from 1930 to 1945. What exactly is an order, you might ask? It's a governing system for people dealing with each other. There are internal orders for governing within countries, typically laid out in constitutions. And there is a world order for governing between countries, typically laid out in treaties. Internal orders change at different times than world orders, though whether within or between countries, these orders typically change after wars. Civil wars within countries, international wars between countries. They happen when revolutionary new forces defeat weak old orders. For example, the U.S. internal order was laid out in the Constitution in 1789 after the American Revolution, and it is still operating today, even after the American Civil War. Russia got rid of its old order and established a new one with the Russian Revolution in 1917, which ended in 1991 with a relatively bloodless revolution. China began its current internal order in 1949 when the Chinese Communist Party won the Civil War. You get the idea. The current world order, commonly called the American World Order, formed after the Allied victory in World War II, when the U.S. emerged as the dominant world power. It was set out in agreements and treaties for how global governance and monetary systems work. In 1944, the New World Monetary System was laid out in the Bretton Woods Agreement and established the dollar as the world's leading reserve currency. A reserve currency is a currency that is commonly accepted around the world, and having one is a key factor in a country becoming the richest and most powerful empire. With a new dominant power and monetary system established, a new world order begins. These changes take place in a timeless and universal cycle that I call the Big Cycle. I'll start with a quick overview, then give you a more complete version, and then direct you to my book if you want more. As I studied the 10 most powerful empires over the last 500 years and the last 3 reserve currencies, it took me through the rise and decline of the Dutch Empire and the guilder, the British Empire and the pound, the rise and early decline in the United States Empire and the dollar, and the decline and rise of the Chinese Empire and its currencies, as well as the rise and decline of the Spanish, German, French, Indian, Japanese, Russian, and Ottoman empires, along with their significant conflicts, as measured in this chart. To understand China's patterns better, I also studied the rise and fall of Chinese dynasties and their monies back to the year 600. Because looking at all these measures at once can be confusing, I'll focus on the 4 most important ones: the Dutch, British, US, and Chinese. You'll quickly notice the pattern. Now let's simplify the form a bit. As you can see, they transpired in overlapping cycles that lasted about 250 years, with 10 to 20-year transition periods between them. Typically, these transitions have been periods of great conflict because leading powers don't decline without a fight. So how am I measuring an empire's power? In this study, I used 8 metrics. Each country's measure of total power is derived by averaging them together. They are education, inventiveness and technology development, competitiveness in global markets, economic output, share of world trade, military strength, the power of their financial center for capital markets, and the strength of their currency as a reserve currency. Because these powers are measurable, we can see how strong each country is now, was in the past, and whether they're rising or declining. By examining the sequences from many countries, we can see how a typical cycle transpires. And because the wiggles can be confusing, we can simplify it a bit to focus on the pattern of cause-effect relationships that drive the rise and decline of a typical empire. As you can see, better education typically leads to increased innovation and technology development, and with a lag, the establishment of the currency as a reserve currency. You can also see that these forces then declined in a similar order, reinforcing each other's decline. Let's now look at the typical sequence of events going on inside a country that produces these rises and declines. In a nutshell, the big cycle typically begins after a major conflict, often a war, establishes the new leading power and the new world order. Because no one wants to challenge this power, a period of peace and prosperity typically follows. As people get used to this peace and prosperity, they increasingly bet on it continuing. They borrow money to do that, which eventually leads to a financial bubble. The empire's share of trade grows, and when most transactions are conducted in its currency, it becomes a reserve currency, which leads to even more borrowing. At the same time, this increased prosperity distributes wealth unevenly, so the wealth gap typically grows between the rich haves and the poor have-nots. Eventually, the financial bubble bursts, which leads to the printing of money and increased internal conflict between the rich and the poor, which leads to some form of revolution to redistribute wealth. This can happen peacefully or as a civil war. While the empire struggles with this internal conflict, its power diminishes relative to external rival powers on the rise. When a new rising power gets strong enough to compete with the dominant power that is having domestic breakdowns, external conflicts, most typically wars, take place. Out of these internal and external wars come new winners and losers. Then the winners get together to create the new world order, and the cycle begins again. As I looked back, I saw that these cause and effect relationships drove the cycles of rises and declines all the way back to the Roman Empire. I saw how the stories of each one of these cycles blended together with others before, during, and after, in the same way as each individual story blends with others to make the epic 500-year story that is our collective history. And like human life cycles, no two are exactly the same, but most are similar. They're driven by logical cause and effect relationships that progress through stages from birth to strength and maturity to weakness and inevitably decline. However, that's like saying a person's life cycle takes 80 years on average, without recognizing that many are much shorter and many are longer. While age can be a good indicator of future longevity, a better way is to look at health indicators. One can do that with empires and their vital signs too. I found that by watching the indicators of power change, I was able to see what stage a country was in, which helped me to anticipate what was likely to come next. Now, I'll take you through the big cycle in more detail. Give me 20 minutes and I'll give you the last 500 years of history and show you the similar patterns across the Dutch, British, US, and Chinese empires.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
I'm pretty loyal to Trump, so I'll go through a blizzard like yesterday to go vote.
When President Trump's team said they needed help in Iowa due to the blizzard, only one Indiana congressional campaign stepped up.
Getting a little squirrely.
Endorsing President Trump because it looks good in a press release, well, that's one thing. But showing up when President Trump asks for your help, that is something completely different.
My name's Charles Bookwalter. I'm a former Green Beret, and I'm a candidate for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. We drove over here during this bad weather and this blizzard to help out, right? And we're here to help out because it seems like in Iowa, like in Indiana, that this is a race for second place, that our leader has already been chosen. This is the man that is going to help fight against the most pressing issue we have, which is the managerial class and holding them accountable. These issues, these crises that we face right now, the border, energy, inflation, forever wars, this is brought on by a managerial class that is failing us, and they tell us that we need to just go home. They got it all under control. Everything's taken care of as they give away our country. And frankly, it's a disgrace, and everyone in here should be offended. And we have some good candidates out there, but the fact is that this is the man that's going to lead us. This is the man that's going to unite us, and this is the man that we all need to get. You want to see Republicans unite and come together? Then this is how we do it. The Department of Justice, another part of the managerial class, has been weaponized against this man. And so by defending Donald J. Trump, we're saving our own skin. Does anyone else feel that way? Does anyone else feel that way? By protecting this man, we're protecting our own skin. But right now, we need to rally behind this man, and we need to take our country back. And the last thing I'll say is what Green Berets do all over the country. We recruit, train, and fight alongside our allies in other parts of the world. That's what you need to do. You need to get involved, you need to get engaged, you need to run for precinct committeeman, you need to run for delegate, and you need to take our country back.
To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and the Bookwalter for Congress campaign, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
500 years of big cycles. I'm going to describe the typical cycle by dividing it into 3 phases: the rise, the top, and the decline. The rise. Successful new orders that rise, both internal and external, are typically started by powerful revolutionary leaders doing 4 things. First, they win power by gaining more support than the opposition. Second, they consolidate power by converting, weakening, or eliminating the opposition so they don't stand in their way. Third, they establish systems and institutions that make the country work well. And fourth, they pick their successors well, or create systems that do that. Because a great empire requires many great leaders over several generations. At this stage, soon after winning the fight, there is typically a period of peace and growing prosperity because the leadership is clearly dominant and has broad support, so no one wants to fight it. During this phase, leaders within the country have to design an excellent system to raise the country's wealth and power. First and foremost, to be great, they must have strong education, which is not just teaching knowledge and skills, but also strong character, civility, and work ethic. These are typically taught in the family, schools, and religious institutions. That provides a healthy respect for rules and laws, order within society, low corruption, and enables them to unite behind a common purpose and work well together. As they do this, they increasingly shift from producing basic products to innovating and inventing new technologies. For example, the Dutch rose to defeat the Habsburg Empire and become superbly educated. They became so inventive that they came up with 1/4 of all major inventions in the world, the most important of which was the invention of ships that could travel around the world to collect great riches, and the invention of capitalism, as we know it today, to finance those voyages. They, like all leading empires, enhanced their thinking by being open to the best thinking in the world. As a result, the people in the country become more productive and more competitive in world markets, which shows up in their growing economic output and rising share of world trade. You can see this happening now as the US and China are roughly comparable in both their economic outputs and their shares of world trade. As countries trade more globally, they must protect their trade routes and their foreign interests from attack, so they develop great military strength. If done well, this virtuous cycle leads to strong income growth, which can be used to finance investments in education, infrastructure, and research and development. They must also develop systems to incentivize and empower those that have the ability to make or take wealth. In all of these cases, the most successful empires used a capitalist approach to develop productive entrepreneurs. Even China, which is run by the Chinese Communist Party, used a form of this capitalist approach. Deng Xiaoping, when asked about this, said, "It doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice. And it's glorious to be rich." To do this well, they must develop their capital markets. Most importantly, their lending, bond, and stock markets. That allows people to convert their savings into investments to fund invention and development and share in the successes of those who make great things happen. The Dutch created the first publicly listed company, the Dutch East India Company, and the first stock market to fund it, which were integral parts of the system that produced massive wealth and power. As a natural consequence, the greatest empires developed the world's leading financial centers for attracting and distributing the world's capital. Amsterdam was the world's financial center when the Dutch were preeminent. London, when the British were on top. New York is now, and China is quickly developing its financial centers. Most importantly, the capitalists, the governments, and the military must work together. Not only did the Dutch work well together, they were one and the same. The Dutch East India Company was granted a trade monopoly from the government and had its own officially sanctioned military to go out into the global markets to make and take wealth. The British followed with the British East India Company and had a similar coordination of their government, business, and military operations. The U.S. military-industrial complex followed suit, as does the Chinese system today. As the country becomes the largest international trading empire, its transactions can be paid with its currency, making it the preferred global medium of exchange. And because their currency is so widely accepted and frequently used, people around the world want to save in it, making it the preferred storehold of wealth, and thus the world's leading reserve currency. The guilder was the world's main reserve currency when the Dutch led world trade, the pound was when the British led, and the dollar has been since the U.S. led. Naturally, China's currency is increasingly being used as a reserve currency. Having a reserve currency enables the empire to borrow more than other countries. That advantage is huge. Think about it. People all over the world are eager to save and hence lend back their currency to the empire. Countries without a reserve currency don't have that. And when the empire runs out of its own money, remember the United States in 1971? They can always print more. The exorbitant privilege afforded by the empire's reserve currency leads borrowing to increase and the beginning of a financial bubble. This series of cause and effect relationships leading to mutually supportive financial, political, and military powers, bolstered by the borrowing power of a reserve currency, have gone together since history began to be recorded. All the empires that became the most powerful in the world followed this path to the top. While in the top phase, most of these strengths are sustained, embedded within the fruits of their success are the seeds of their decline. As a rule, as people in these rich and powerful countries earn more, that makes them more expensive and less competitive relative to people in other countries who are willing to work for less. At the same time, people in other countries naturally copy the methods and technologies of the leading power, which further reduces the leading power's competitiveness. For example, British shipbuilders had less expensive workers than Dutch shipbuilders. So they hired Dutch designers to design better ships that were built by less expensive British workers, making them more competitive, which led the British to rise and the Dutch to decline. Also, as people become richer, they tend not to work as hard. They enjoy more leisure, pursue the finer and less productive things in life, and at the extreme become decadent. Values change from generation to generation during the rise to the top, from those who had to fight to achieve wealth and power to those who inherited it. They're less battle-hardened, steeped in luxuries, and accustomed to the easy life, which makes them more vulnerable to challenges. The golden era of the Dutch Empire and the Victorian era of the British Empire were such high prosperity periods like this. As people get used to doing well, they increasingly bet on the good times continuing and borrow money to do that, which grows into financial bubbles. Naturally, the financial gains come unevenly, so the wealth gap grows. Wealth gaps are self-reinforcing because rich people use their greater resources to reinforce their powers. For example, they give greater privileges to their children, like better education, and they influence the political system to their advantage. This causes the gaps in values, politics, and opportunities to grow between the rich haves and the poor have-nots. Those who are less well off feel the system is unfair, so resentments grow. But as long as the living standards of most people are still rising, these gaps and resentments don't boil over into conflict. Having the world's reserve currency inevitably leads to borrowing excessively and contributes to the country building up large debts with foreign lenders. While this boosts spending power over the short term, it weakens the country's financial health and weakens the currency over the long term. In other words, when borrowing and spending are strong, the empire appears very strong, but its finances are in fact being weakened. The borrowing sustains the country's power beyond its fundamentals by financing both domestic overconsumption and international military conflicts required to maintain the empire. Inevitably, the cost of maintaining and defending the empire becomes greater than the revenue it brings in, so having an empire becomes unprofitable. For example, the Dutch Empire overextended around the world and fought war after increasingly expensive war with the British and other European powers to protect its territory and trade routes. The British Empire similarly became massive, bureaucratic, and lost its competitive advantages as rival powers, particularly Germany, soared, leading to an increasingly expensive arms race and world war. The U.S. has spent about $8 trillion on foreign wars and their consequences since September 11, and trillions more for other military operations and for supporting military bases in 70 countries. And it still isn't spending enough to support its military competition with China in the area around China. In this cycle, the richer countries eventually get deeper into debt by borrowing from poorer countries that save more. It's one of the early signs of a wealth and power shift. This started in the United States in the 1980s when it had a per capita income 40 times that of China's and started borrowing from Chinese who wanted to save in dollars because the dollar was the world's reserve currency. Similarly, the British borrowed a lot of money from its much poorer colonies, and the Dutch did the same at their time. If the empire begins to run out of new lenders, those holding their currency begin to look to sell and get out rather than to buy, save, lend, and get in. And the strength of the empire begins to decline. The decline. The decline comes from internal economic weakness together with internal fighting or costly external fighting or both. Typically, the decline comes gradually and then very suddenly. When debts become very large and there is an economic downturn and the empire can no longer borrow the money necessary to repay its debts, the financial bubble bursts. This creates great domestic hardships and forces the country to choose between defaulting on its debts or printing a lot of new money. It always chooses to print a lot of new money, at first gradually and eventually massively. That devalues the currency and raises inflation. For the Dutch, this was the financial crisis brought about by financial excesses and paying for the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War. Similarly, for the British, it was paying for its financial excesses and its debts from the two world wars. And for the U.S., it's been 3 cycles of debt finance booms and busts since the 90s, with the central bank stepping in each time with stronger measures. When the government has problems funding itself, when there are bad economic conditions, and living standards for most people are declining, and there are large wealth, values, and political gaps, internal conflict between the rich and the poor, as well as different ethnic, religious, and racial groups, greatly increases. This leads to political extremism that shows up as populism of the left or the right. Those of the left seek to redistribute the wealth, while those of the right seek to maintain the wealth in the hands of the rich. Typically, during such times, taxes on the rich rise, and when the rich fear their wealth and well-being will be taken away, they move to places, assets, and currencies they feel safer in. These outflows reduce the empire's tax revenue, which leads to a classic, self-reinforcing, hollowing out process. When the flight of wealth gets bad enough, governments outlaw it. Those seeking to get out begin to panic. These turbulent conditions undermine productivity, which shrinks the economic pie and causes more conflict about how to divide the shrinking resources. Populist leaders emerge from both sides and pledge to take control and bring about order. That's when democracy is most challenged because it fails to control the anarchy. And it is when the move to a strong populist leader who will bring order to the chaos is most likely. As conflict within the country escalates, it leads to some form of revolution or civil war to redistribute wealth and force the necessary big changes. This can be peaceful and maintain the existing order, but it's more often violent and changes the order. For example, the Roosevelt Revolution to redistribute wealth was relatively peaceful and maintained the existing internal order, while the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the Chinese Revolution were much more violent and led to new internal orders. This internal conflict makes the empire weak and vulnerable to rising external rivals who, seeing this domestic weakness, are more inclined to mount a challenge. This raises the risk of great international conflict, especially if the rival has built up a comparable military. Defending oneself and one's empire against rivals requires great military spending, which has to occur as domestic economic conditions are deteriorating and the empire can least afford it. Since there is no viable system for peacefully adjudicating international disputes, these conflicts are typically resolved through tests of power. As bolder challenges are made, the leading empire is faced with the difficult choice of fighting or retreating. Fighting and losing is the worst outcome, but retreating is bad too, as it cedes progress to the rival and signals that the empire is weak to those countries that are considering which side to be on. Poor economic conditions cause more fighting for wealth and power, which inevitably leads to some kind of war. Wars are terribly costly. At the same time, they produce the tectonic shifts that realign the new waters to the new realities of wealth and power in the world.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
When those holding the reserve currency and debt of the declining empire lose faith and sell them, that marks the end of its big cycle. Of the roughly 750 currencies that existed since 1700, less than 20% now exist, and all of them have been devalued. For the Dutch, this happened after their defeat in the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War, when they weren't able to repay the massive debts they built up during it. This led to a run on the Bank of Amsterdam and a desperate sell-off, forcing massive money printing, which devalued the currency and the empire into irrelevance. For the British, this happened after World War II, when despite their victory, they could not repay the massive debts they borrowed to fund their war effort. This led to a series of money printing, devaluations, and sell-offs in the British pound, as the US and the dollar emerged dominant and created a new world order. At the time of this recording, the United States hasn't yet reached this point. While it has massive debt, spends more than it earns, and funds this deficit with more borrowing and printing huge amounts of new money, the big sell-off in dollars and dollar debt hasn't yet begun. And while there are great internal and external conflicts occurring for all the classic reasons, they've not yet crossed the line to become wars. Eventually, out of these conflicts, whether they're violent or not, come new winners who get together and restructure the losers' debts and political systems and establish the new world order. Then the old cycle and empire ends and the new one begins, and they do it all over again. That's a lot of detail I just threw at you to paint a picture of how the typical big cycle transpires. Of course, not all of them transpire in exactly this way, but most largely do. So much so that it seems like the stories of rises and declines stay essentially the same, and the only things that change are the clothes the characters wear and the technologies they use. So, where are we heading? The future. Most empires have their time in the sun and inevitably decline. Reversing a decline is difficult because that requires undoing a lot that's already been done, but it's possible. By looking at these indicators, it's pretty easy to see which stage of the big cycle an empire is in, how fit it is, and whether its condition is improving or worsening, which can help one estimate how many years it has left. Still, these estimates aren't precise, and the cycle can be extended if those in charge pay attention to their vital signs and improve them. For example, knowing that a person is 60 years old, how fit they are, whether they smoke or not, and a few other basic vital signs, one can estimate the person's longevity. One can do that with empires and their vital signs too. It won't be precise, but it will be broadly indicative and give clear direction on steps to take to increase longevity. It's most often the case that a nation's greatest war is with itself over whether or not it can make the hard decisions needed to sustain success. As for what we need to do, it comes down to just two things: earn more than we spend and treat each other well. All other things I mentioned, strong education, inventiveness, being competitive, and all the rest, are just ways of getting at these two things. It's easy to measure if we're doing them. So like people who want to get fit, let's get on the program and improve our vitals. Let's do that individually and collectively. My goal for sharing this picture of how the world works and a few principles for dealing with it well is to help you recognize where we are and the challenges we face, and to make the wise decisions needed to navigate these times well. Since there is a lot more to discuss and we are out of time, you can learn more in my book, Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order, and I look forward to continuing this conversation at economicprinciples.org and on social media. Thank you, and may the force of evolution be with you.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
My name is Rimpi Gurn. I immigrated into this country back in 1999. I have 3 children, and I'm a pop mom. My two oldest kids are there in college. Youngest one is 11-year-old. The reason why I am in this race today, because our healthcare system, our education system, a woman's rights to make a choice. Women's rights are weaponizing today. I think we have given so much chances to all these legislators. It's time for a mother, a person who knows how hard it is to put the food on the table every day, to get into this race. And also, I don't think we have to choose between to put a food on a table and getting affordable health care. It is so hard these days to having affordable health care. I'm a healthcare provider. I have an insurance business, and I know day to day how hard it is for my consumer. It's not affordable anymore. A normal household in Indiana makes about $55,000 yearly. In order to get insurance for the family of 4, it's about $1,399 a month. I don't think we can all afford that. So this is why I'm in race. Our healthcare, again, our education, our environment, it's at risk. Thank you.
Mr. Bookwalter, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Charles Bookwalter. I'm a lifelong Hoosier, a father of 3 girls, a husband of 17 years, an entrepreneur, businessman, a homesteader, a homeschooler, a former Green Beret, and a follower of Christ. I'm here tonight because the Republican primary in the 4th Congressional District is the election. The primary is the people's choice, and I will try to demonstrate tonight to everyone here why voting in the primary for me, whether you're a conservative or not, is a vote to protect your God-given rights to life, liberty, and property.
Jim Baird, our representative, has a record in both the Indiana General Assembly and Congress as a big spender, an establishment insider, and has voted to raise taxes his entire career. He claims he's a conservative, but just 2 weeks ago, he voted in support of Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill that is full of pork and includes additional spending in the green energy policies that are dividing us and destroying Indiana farmland. Jim Baird is silent on solar and wind fields despite constituents contacting his office, pleading for him to get involved. But worse is that Baird is the primary sponsor of the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act that gives more money and more authority to these policies that we are working hard to keep out of our communities. Jim Baird voted for the CHIPS Act that made the entire LEAP project possible, and what Heritage Action said will make America less competitive in the chip manufacturing market. And in 2021, Baird co-sponsored the Democrat bill, the Vaccine Registration Act. And until he had a serious primary challenger, he voted for every Ukraine spending package and has a record of supporting war and war spending overseas without securing our border.
Time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Holder, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Hoosiers, my name is Derek Holder, and I stand sit here before you today, not just as a candidate for Congress, but as a Marine Corps veteran, father and proud son of Indiana. Like many of you, I'm a typical citizen who knows the weight of waiting for the next paycheck, who juggles bills, and who strives each day to provide for my family in an economy that often asks too much and gives too little. Indiana is our home, a state built on the strength of its farmers and the resilience of its people. I believe in my heart that our farmers are not just the backbone of Indiana, but they're the very lifeblood that sustains us. They deserve a representative who knows their struggle. I will fight for their prosperity and who will oppose policies and threaten their way of life. That's why I stand firmly against the LEAP pipeline, a project that risks the health of our land and the welfare of our communities. As a Marine, I was taught to fight for the safety and well-being of all Americans. Now I'm ready to bring that same commitment to fight for you in Congress, to ensure every Hoosier has the opportunity to thrive, to live without fear of the next bill or the next unexpected hardship. Together we could build a future worthy of the sacrifices who come before us, a future where liberty and prosperity are in reach of all. Join me and let's stand united for Indiana.
Thank you.
Just getting my timer ready. Okay, question number 1. Do you support the plan to divert tens of millions of gallons a day of water from the Wabash River proximal aquifers through a pipeline to support industrial development in Boone County? Is there action that the federal government can take to prevent that pipeline or others designed to facilitate carbon sequestration? Mr. Bookwalter first.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we found out about this in Boone County long before anyone found out about it in Tippecanoe County, and me and many of us in Boone County were against this forthwith. This is an age-old debate, people, about free markets and socialism, and what we have right now is a third-rail system that Indiana politicians and big government Republicans in the federal government use. It's called interventionism, and they think it is taking the best of a little bit of capitalism and a little bit of socialism, and they get the best of both worlds. But they don't. They actually get the worst of both worlds. And so what this is central planning at its worst. And this is an example. What does it look like when we let them socially or centrally plan these? It looks like putting a LEAP project, buying 11,000 acres of prime agricultural land and putting a chip manufacturing company right in the middle of it, 53 miles from a water source that needs 100 million gallons a day. And Jim Baird voted for the CHIPS Act, knowing that it was going there. They set this entire infrastructure up in Boone County to accommodate this chip manufacturing act. And no one is asking the question as to why did we lose chip manufacturing in the 90s anyway? It was done because of government regulation.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Thank you. No, I don't support the LEAP project. The reason is, first of all, there is a lot of transparency in a policy in our infrastructure. Let's talk about why they are taking a water when they know that, why they're putting a LEAP project in a Lebanon in a first when they know that that area cannot support a water resources. That's number one. Number two, why all the policies and all the infrastructures, all the debate and everything happened about this LEAP project, it was behind doors. Why a normal person who is getting affected by this LEAP project here in Tippecanoe County was not involved before they put the project up, before they came up with this project. As far as federal government can be involved, but they said there's a navigable water. Navigable water is that if there's a current water is flowing, it falls under the U.S. federal waters.
20 seconds.
If I get elected, yes, I can try to propose that policy in there, but first, you guys need to elect me. I am totally opposed against LEAP project, and thank you.
Mr. Holden.
First of all, I am strongly opposed to the LEAP project. Like they both said, it was behind closed doors. The farmers of Tippecanoe County did not get a say in this. And it is horrible for the farmers because the farmland around here is sandy. They need more water. It's also taking away from those who are in the city. The Taze Aquifer is going to be depleted within 10 years because of this. Also Indianapolis, it's being pumped up from Indianapolis. They're already running super short of water as it is, and it's gonna drain the 4 huge reservoirs that supply the city of Indianapolis. We do need chip manufacturing in the US because it was lost to Taiwan and China, but we must do it smarter. We must include everybody within the community to discuss these plans. We cannot hide it and let a program that is in Indiana right now that only answers to the governor. Federal government can be involved, but because of the EPA. They can set standards stating that it's an environmental issue.
Thank you. Question number 2. Economic incentives such as tax abatements pit state against state and even, as we have seen, communities within the state against one another. What can be done at the national level to oppose such corporate welfare? Mr. Holder.
Can I have that question, please?
Economic incentives such as tax abatements pit state against state, and even, as we have seen, communities within the state against one another. What can be done at the national level to oppose such corporate welfare?
That's tough. I believe that, we have to have competition between states to bring companies into each state. But it can't be as cutthroat as it is, because right now it is harming those of us who actually live in the state. It is hurting the environment. Look at what's happening with the wetlands here in Indiana, the leak pipeline. It is really strangling those who actually live within the states. We need to make it so we have to make it where it's open to the states that really, really need it. And where there's land for it to be used. That is not under government control, that is not under,
Mr. Bookwalter.
All right, folks, you just heard what they said. They both just said in the last response that the federal government should be involved in this. And they agree with Jim Baird, because Republicans and Democrats, where they switch back and forth, they want to use the government. It's just for their pet projects. So what can we do? What can we do, folks? You can elect in the primary someone like me that has been speaking out against this from the very beginning. We have to and we can develop our communities through entrepreneurship, rivalry, and we can develop them on our own if we had our money back. They are taking our money, they are giving it to a select few of people, and they're allowing them to choose winners and losers based on the contracts that they get and whatnot. But they agree, and so does Jim Baird. They just want it for their own contracts. And what this results in is a ratcheting effect. And so when Democrats are in charge, they get to choose their pet projects and give Republicans a little bit. And when big government Republicans are in charge, they get to choose their pet projects like big war and give Democrats a little bit of their taste of it too. I'm suggesting that you elect someone like me that is coming out at the very beginning saying that this cannot stand anymore. We should not be incentivizing people to centrally plan our local communities.
Ms. Gurr.
Thank you, sir. Like Ms. Derek Holder, yes, I am not that prepared to answer that question, but I wanna answer back to Mr. Bookwalter. He's telling us that we are agree with the federal government. Yes, we are agree with the federal government, because what have you guys done here in the state of Indiana? You guys are majority here, we're Democrat, we are minority here. What have you guys done about the LEAP project? Why the LEAP project is here in the first place when you guys are the majority in here in state of Indiana? Why every time there's something is going around, it's always Democrats' fault? Why we're not thinking about our environment? Why not? Why we're so worried about our waters today? Look how many water companies are around here. We're so afraid drinking our tap water because it is so harmful to our bodies these days. We're buying the bottled waters, that's also harming our environment. So why haven't you guys done anything until now instead of Indiana? Why? Why they're always blaming the other parties? Why we can't be a bipartisan? Why can't we come to an agreement for our people who are electing us to go serve them? Why we cannot do that? Thank you.
I was asked a question.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Wetland protections have recently been reduced by the Indiana General Assembly. At the same time, water shortages are predicted for various areas of Indiana and are an ongoing urgent problem in other areas of the country. What national legislation, if any, protecting wetlands and reducing the water shortages? What things do you support? We'll start with Ms. Byrne, please.
Thank you. Again, these questions are all new to me, but again, let's talk about environment again. It's all based on our environment, global warming. There's a scientific research. There's global warming is real, and it's all affecting us. It's affecting our water, it's affecting our land, it's affecting our health. Why we cannot come up with policies where we can protect our environment so we don't have to worry about that what's going on in our state of Indiana tomorrow. Why we cannot come up with a really nice policy in place where when there's okay, let's talk about this. Global warming, we know it's real. We need to educate ourselves on that. So as far as we know how serious this issue is, we can all come up with a solution. As a national, again, right now I'm focusing on my campaign, but once I elected, I would love to do something for my state of Indiana and for my district. 4th Congressional District, the environment will be healthy and sustainable. Thank you.
Mr. Holder.
I believe through the federal government, the EPA can be used to introduce protections that saves our wetlands. Currently, Indiana's not the only state that's going through this issue. Tennessee, Georgia are fighting over wetlands to get a land to more water. The West is fighting over the Colorado River. Colorado River is being sucked up by California. Vegas is doing better with going green. And also the Saudis and Chinese are buying up land out there and using a water-intensive farming practices for alfalfa. That is eating up a good portion of the Colorado River as well. If we don't protect our wetlands, our children are going to suffer.
20
from
seconds.
it. Our grandchildren are going to suffer because of it. It's not us that's going to have to suffer. It's our future generations. We're passing the buck to them, just like we always do, and that's got to end.
Mr. Bookwalter.
Folks, I live on a 30-acre homestead with a creek, some tillable land. We have 18 acres that are in the wildlife preservation thing that the state offers. We live there for a reason. We have a creek running. It's beautiful. We love it. we take care of that. So why, they ask, why? Because we aren't in charge. And if we had more of our private property in the hands of individual responsible owners and farmers, then our land would be better cared for. There's a fallacy that we think the government cares about our land. They don't. And when you have a piece of public property that anyone can access, then people abuse it and they don't take care of it. And when the federal government determines that they want an 11,000 acre LEAP project in our beautiful agricultural land, they will switch just like that, and they will fill in wetlands, and they'll do whatever it takes that their big lobbyists that support them say is okay. Big ag, big sugar, and all those people support Jim Baird. Jim Baird is sponsored by these companies that will readily take our property and turn it into transform wetlands into dry land, because it's not their property. And we care about it. So we need to have more land in the hands of private people that actually care about it. I am an example of that. And I'm a nasty Republican.
Protections of wildlife under the Endangered Species Act have recently been strengthened. What is your opinion about the Act and the recent restoration of protective regulations? Mr. Bookwalter.
Again, I'm just going to stick with that theme. It's the same theme, everyone, that just like Jim Baird, Democrats will say the same thing. These problems that we have are because of big government. The response is not to beg for the big government to do what they said they were going to already do. That's not the correct response. We have to remove them from these. They're the ones that are responsible for this. We already have these acts in place. We should be enforcing these acts at a minimum, and then getting some of this property out of the hands of government and getting them off of our own property. The people who in here wants to have fresh, clean water? Come on, raise your hands if you want fresh, clean water. Who in here wants a beautiful area to live in, and agriculture, and parks, and woods? We all do. They're trying to scare us. It's not true. This is only made possible through the government that has the authority and the force to take our property and give it to other people and let them turn it into whatever development they want to turn it into. It's up to us to take it. No one wants that. The only way they pollute and kill animals is if the government lets them do it. That's how they get away with it. And we know that.
Ms. Gurr.
Thank you. Well, I understand the government is doing this, but which government is right now here in state of Indiana? All I want to say, it's each of all of us, every single person's responsibility. We need to preserve our natural habitat. That's all. Big corporations, their greed, they're coming, they're building more houses. More people are moving here, there's more houses, and they're cutting down our forests. But we need to put a stop somewhere. Who's gonna do it? Local government, state level? And who's in the state house today? Majority are Republicans. So here, I can be a bad Democrat or nasty Democrat candidate today, but I am sorry. Who's in the state house today? Tell me if you can answer me. So please, everyone, we all have to play our part. We need to just make sure taking care of natural habitat, and that's it. We need to take a step. If someone is coming and telling us that we want to buy this piece of land to, build a house, we should have honesty to say no to that, no matter how much money they're offering us. It's not about the money at the end of the day. It's about our health, our environment, our green energy, our sustainability. Thank you.
Mr. Holder.
I'd say good. We need more protections for endangered species. I, too, live on 10 acres of beautiful land. I have woods. I have a creek. Federal government's not trying to take any of that away from me. They never have. They're not even telling me how to use my land. I mean, I don't know where that's coming from, but I mean, it just sounds like we're hearing an episode of Fox News right now. And I'm sick and tired of that rhetoric. Every day, that's dividing this nation. We need to come together. We're not that far apart. Maybe on a couple issues, but not as far as Fox News or even MSNBC say we are. We have it from both sides. We need to bring this nation back to the middle, where everybody has a hand in it. That way the far left and the far right aren't controlling this nation anymore. And the 90% that is America can agree with the stuff. We need to stop the infighting. That is it.
Question number 5. Do you favor national regulations that protect our water from per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, and that reduce their use in industrial applications? Mr. Holder.
Short answer, yes. If you care about our children, you will say yes. If you care about your pocketbook, you're going to say no. We need to keep PFAS out of the water system. Down in Martinsville, it has been found that within a 10 city block area, you cannot drink the water because it's infested with the stuff. And that has to end. It's hurting our children more than anything else. It is causing cancer. Franklin, Indiana has been known as the Flint of Indiana. It's got to end. Corporate greed is what's driving it. And I don't want to go mean here, but who drives corporate greed but the Republicans?
Boo! Uncalled for.
Mr. Bookwalter.
No Indiana Republican talks like me. Fox News doesn't sound like this. We all know that. And you're right, they aren't far apart from other Republicans. Weak Republicans are very close to Democrats. That's true. And I don't want contaminated water. We've already talked about this. I'm on well water. It's insane to think that I want to increase my pocketbook and kill people. That's ridiculous. But here's the suggestion out of Republicans and Democrats right now who are very close. How many regulations do we have governing water, banking, the environment, you name it? Thousands, tens of thousands. And what they're suggesting is just one more. Just one more. We need just one more regulation, and then everything's going to be good. The fact is that the government's in control of your water right now, and Flint is a perfect example of that. I'm glad they brought it up. You know, I would suggest, because it's like the forest analogy. If a private owner owns a forest and they're selling their wood, they're not going to cut the whole thing down. They cut a few down and they let them grow. So they constantly have a forest that they can produce and they can hand off to their children. The same goes for our water. The same goes for all of our natural resources. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you know what I'm saying is true right now.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
For today, this is for our generations to come. why we need to look for another planet when why we can't clean this planet, keep it clean. Thank you.
And if everyone would remain seated, I think that would be the fairest way to proceed. There is substantial scientific evidence that the Earth is experiencing global warming and that greenhouse gases generated by human-promoted activities are the major contributors to that outcome. Do you agree with that assessment? And what are the consequences for public policy if your opinion is correct? Ms. Gerns first.
Yes, I totally agree with you. There is a scientific research about global warming, and then what we need a clean energy. We need a green energy. We need to make sure that we should have a renewable energy. We need to propose a more green tech policies. That's all from me. We need to take this global warming very, very, very seriously. Like again, I said in my last question, why we need to look for another planet, why we can't keep this planet clean, green, and sustainable, and livable. And again, this is not just for me, for my parents, this is for our generations to come. What we're going to do today, this is gonna pay us off tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Holder.
Yes, global warming is true. Global climate change is true. And I do agree, we need green energy. We need to do it smart though. We're not gonna jump completely off coal and gasoline within the next week. We need to do it smart. We have to get it where the technology is right, to where it's cheaper, and that way we don't bankrupt everybody. I'll go against my own party on this one. Biden saying that we need to be on electric vehicles by 2035 is not feasible. The cost of the batteries is not going to go down enough within the next 11 years. We need to wait until it becomes cost effective to completely wipe out gas ran internal combustion machines. The smart way to do it is, yes, the bus systems are going green. Our military has been going green for a long time, trying to go green. So, I mean, we're attempting to do it. It's going to take a while. But yes, we do need to go green. Just give it time.
Mr. Bookwalter.
I do not believe in the climate change catastrophe ideology. The climate may be slow and gradually warming, but it is not a catastrophe. And many of you who don't like the oil of subsidizing coal and gas want to do it with green energy. Well, this is what it looks like. It looks like a solar field the size of Manhattan in Pulaski County that's owned by Israel. It looks like solar fields being placed all over our 4th Congressional District that the community is fighting against. It looks like a LEAP project that wants to pull water from up here to down there. That LEAP project is supposed to be green and sustainable. It looks like wind turbine projects that are falling apart, that are going to be an eyesore for times to come. This unreliable, unsustainable energy source. We're always going to need oil and gas, and that we're never going to get away from it. And your parents and great-grandparents invested in this infrastructure, and they promised us back then that if we invest back then we're going to have cheap and reliable energy, and now's the time that we need it. This policy of green energy that they act like they don't like the LEAP project is actually leading to more expensive energy. And the thought leaders in climate change like Revel and Nordhaus never suggested. And by the way, they agree with Jim Baird, who is fully funding the Green New Deal energy policies through the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act and by not standing against solar and wind in our district.
The ongoing chaos concerning leadership in the House of Representatives, specifically with regard to the role of Speaker of the House, has paralyzed Congress for months. Which changes, if any, in governance do you favor to resolve the situation? Mr. Bookwalter.
They locked us down. The engine of the American economy, the federal government locked us down. They can lock down and they can shut down, and that does not concern me. Thomas Massey just came out and just made a tweet before I came up here and said he is going to second MTG's getting rid of the new speaker, and I'm okay with that. If they want to make promises to us, and if they want to make these promises, then they need to be held accountable. I was with the few, the 9 and the 20 that flipped the speaker back in January, and I think that we can do that again. That does not concern me at all that we have this. Folks, the country is unraveling in front of our eyes, and we know it. So if you're going to talk a game like you are concerned, then we have to be prepared to take drastic measures, and that requires getting rid of leadership. And Jim Baird is not going to do that. I was at a breakfast with him when he told me and his staff told me I was crazy for saying we need to get rid of a new leader. And as soon as we got rid of McCarthy and got Mike Johnson in, he acted like he took credit for that, even though he was opposed to that. I've been in this position from the very beginning, and I stand to it. You want to see change? Then you need to elect someone that is prepared to take drastic measures when we most need it, and be bold and have a spine in Washington, D.C.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
This is Jim Baird. Jim Baird claims to be a conservative, claims to have the same exact values you have, then turns around and votes in favor of Joe Biden's bloated $1.2 trillion spending bill. Here's what's in it.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
For the first time in 6 years, the 4th District has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. On May 7th, vote for true conservative leadership. Charles Bookwalter.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Well, I know there's a national issue, or our Congress in D.C. About the leadership and everything, but right now, what I'm worried about District 4 here, about my people here. We'll keep bringing up Jim Baird, but this is about us today. This is about all the people that are gathered in this room today, how lives are affecting them, how these policies are affecting them. What can I do for my district? That's what I'm worried about more. My main concern is that in my district, everyone should have access to quality health care. Women should have a choice to make about their bodies. They should have a right to make a choice about their bodies. Education. We need to push more education in my district. There's the money, but we just need to make sure how that funds are getting allocated in my district. That is what I'm more worried about people in my district. Thank you.
Twice in 2 years. That's how many speakers we're going to go through. Twice. Is it because Republicans can't decide on who to lead them in the House? I mean, twice. That tells me there is a serious rift in the party. You didn't see that when we were majority. Yes, you could say some stuff about who we had as speaker, but we didn't go through them like we were changing clothes. It is ridiculous. It is not supposed to be a speaker every time somebody gets a hair up their backside. I have nothing else to say about that. It's just a few sour grapes in the House. We all know who they are. We all know who wore a red hat, and that was unnecessary. So, that's it.
Question number 8. Mr. Holder, do you favor military aid to Ukraine?
Yes. As a Ukrainian American, definitely do. My parents defected from the Soviet Union. They were born in Kiev. They defected from the Soviet Union. So, yes, we need to stop Russia from invading even further into Ukraine, because they will not stop there. They will keep marching across Europe. And we have to provide weapons and material to the leaders of Ukraine. They're not asking for boots on the ground. They don't want boots on the ground. They just need help. And we need to continue to support them.
Mr. Bookwalter.
As a combat veteran who's seen the horrors of war and the waste, fraud, and abuse that happens in the military, I'm opposed to interventionism on almost every front, particularly under our current military-industrial complex system that we have right now. Our original mandate was for a strong defense, not an offense that's 800 bases in 150 countries. Heretofore, we've given $165 billion to Ukraine. Has anyone considered what we could do with that money as we struggle here at home? I mean, inflation is a result of deficit spending. And the fact is that to think that Russia, who's gallivanting all over the world right now, taking over countries and regime change? Is it Russia? Is it Russia? It is. It is. Russia has made it clear for the last decade to not continue to push, from the 90s, to not push the NATO border up to their step. There's only one country in the world that has 800 bases in 150 countries across the world, and it's not Russia. So no, I do not support any more funding to Ukraine, and I do not support interventionism abroad that leaves us weak and vulnerable as a country with open borders where war refugees are pouring across our border, fleeing their war-torn societies that are being created by the bombs from European and American planes.
Well, I am neither agree to or disagree with both of them, because as a human, it's really hard to see kids, children, our elders, they're dying over there. But like Mr. Bookwalter said, we do need to worry about our country also. We need to worry about what's going on. I need to worry about what's going on in my district, District 4. Again, I am worried about my race right now, but once I get elected, I will see how I can help with this issue. Yes, humans are dying. We need to stop that. Yes, we do not need to aid other countries. But again, we can always come to an agreement, and we also need to think about how we can help each other. Thank you.
What is your position on whether a woman should have the ability to seek a medical termination of her pregnancy? Should the issue be decided at a national or state level? Ms. Gurn.
Neither. No one has a right to make a choice how women can live their life. Neither. Woman doesn't want to have an abortion just because, they wanted to, that it's a luxury. No. It's sometimes getting abortion, it's also a healthcare issue. It's a healthcare. So I don't support whether the state legislators or at the federal level they make a decision about women's bodies. No. We should have a right to make a decision on our body. I would say the person who does not have a uterus does not have a right to make a choice about our bodies. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Holder.
Women's body, woman's choice. It should be between a woman and her doctor. It's not politicians in DC or in Indianapolis that should make the choice. I echo what she says and what Rachel Green said. No uterus, no opinion.
Mr. Bookwalter.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Folks, Jim Baird has voted for every funding, every conflict and intervention abroad. He voted for almost every Ukraine spending package, and you can count on him to get us in the next war. And I'm already against the next war. I am 100% pro-life. It's one of the reasons I don't want to be killing people all over the world. I believe life begins at conception, and I agree with the Dobbs decision that puts this decision back at the state level, and Indiana is a great example of this. I encourage local activists to get out there and fight this at the local level and pass strict pro-life legislation at the state level. That because a federal abortion can be overturned, and it can be a federal ban on abortion. Jim Baird voted for the $1.2 trillion spending bill that included funding for full-term abortions. I would never do that. But like I said, I agree with the Dobbs decision because it pushes the decision back to the states where it belongs. I believe abortion is murder, and murder is a state issue. Therefore, this decision is in the right spot, and we can make more progress as pro-life people, continuing to encourage states to pass this strict abortion legislation. And you don't have to have a uterus to have that opinion.
Final question. What will be different if you were elected to Congress, Mr. Bookwalter?
I only got 2 minutes, so okay. How's it going to be different? It'll be different merely by us doing the same thing that we're doing right now, by showing up, by being available, by doing the job. Where's Jim Baird, everyone? He's the incumbent, and he's not here. Where has he been? He only comes back when he needs your vote. He hasn't been here to protect small farmers and medium-sized farmers, small businesses. He hasn't been there to protect our medical liberties when it most counted, and he hasn't been there to protect us from government overreach. He hasn't been there to protect us, that the Green New Deal energy policies that he supports along with the Democrats. Our goal in our campaign is to do what Green Berets do all over the world. We recruit, train, and fight alongside our allies. We have recruited hundreds of people to get involved in local office, running for local positions.
I've testified all over the 4th Congressional District against lockdowns, vaccine mandates, solar and wind fields, carbon sequestration projects. I've testified at election boards to return to one-day voting on paper ballots. We have a chance here, folks, to disrupt Washington, D.C. from Indiana in a good way, disrupt the political establishment in Indiana, and elect someone that actually is an outsider. Do I sound like Jim Baird?
Time.
Where is Jim Baird? I ask you again.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Why am I running? Simple. The out-of-control spending, well, it's out of control, and somebody has to do something about it. Take, for example, this taxpayer-funded billboard that was strategically placed by Representative Baird in front of my Frankfort, Indiana, Jimmy John's franchise. Nice one, Jim. Now, to the untrained eye, this billboard looks exactly like a campaign ad, but it's not. It's franked mail. It's your tax dollars being used by an incumbent to remind you of all the reasons that you should go vote for them. And every day I leave work, I'm reminded exactly why I'm running for Congress. Jim Baird won't let me forget. Thanks, Jim. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
The following pre-recorded political program is sponsored by TV for Goldwater Miller on behalf of Barry Goldwater, Republican candidate for President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, we take pride in presenting a thoughtful address by Ronald Reagan. Mr. Reagan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you and good evening. The sponsor has been identified, but unlike most television programs, the performer hasn't been provided with a script. As a matter of fact, I have been permitted to choose my own words and discuss my own ideas regarding the choice that we face in the next few weeks. I have spent most of my life as a Democrat. I recently have seen fit to follow another course. I believe that the issues confronting us cross party lines. Now, one side in this campaign has been telling us that the issues of this election are the maintenance of peace and prosperity. The line has been used, we've never had it so good. But I have an uncomfortable feeling that this prosperity isn't something on which we can base our hopes for the future. No nation in history has ever survived a tax burden that reached a third of its national income. Today, 37 cents out of every dollar earned in this country is the tax collector's share. And yet our government continues to spend $17 million a day more than the government takes in. We haven't balanced our budget 28 out of the last 34 years. We've raised our debt limit 3 times in the last 12 months. And now our national debt is 1.5 times bigger than all the combined debts of all the nations of the world. We have $15 billion in gold in our treasury. We don't own an ounce. Foreign dollar claims are $27.3 billion. And we've just had announced that the dollar of 1939 will now purchase 45 cents in its total value. As for the peace that we would preserve, I wonder who among us would like to approach the wife or mother whose husband or son has died in South Vietnam and ask them if they think this is a peace that should be maintained indefinitely. Do they mean peace, or do they mean we just want to be left in peace? There can be no real peace while one American is dying someplace in the world for the rest of us. We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars. And it's been said if we lose that war, and in so doing lose this way of freedom of ours, history will record with the greatest astonishment that those who had the most to lose did the least to prevent its happening. Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the Founding Fathers. Not too long ago, 2 friends of mine were talking to a Cuban refugee, a businessman who had escaped from Castro. And in the midst of his story, one of my friends turned to the other and said, "We don't know how lucky we are." And the Cuban stopped and said, "How lucky you are. I had some place to escape to." And in that sentence, he told us the entire story. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
And this idea that government is beholden to the people, that it has no other source of power except the sovereign people, is still the newest and the most unique idea in all the long history of man's relation to man. This is the issue of this election. Whether we believe in our capacity for self-government or whether we abandon the American Revolution and confess that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives for us better than we can plan them ourselves. You and I are told increasingly we have to choose between a left or right. Well, I'd like to suggest there is no such thing as a left or right. There's only an up or down. Man's old age dream, the ultimate in individual freedom consistent with law and order, or down to the ant-heap of totalitarianism. And regardless of their sincerity, their humanitarian motives, those who would trade our freedom for security have embarked on this downward course. In this vote harvesting time, they use terms like the Great Society, or as we were told a few days ago by the President, we must accept a greater government activity in the affairs of the people. But they've been a little more explicit in the past, and among themselves, and all of the things I now will quote have appeared in print. These are not Republican accusations. For example, they have voices that say the Cold War will end through our acceptance of a not undemocratic socialism. Another voice says the profit motive has become outmoded. It must be replaced by the incentives of the welfare state. Or our traditional system of individual freedom is incapable of solving the complex problems of the 20th century. Senator Fulbright has said at Stanford University that the Constitution is outmoded. He referred to the President as our moral teacher and our leader, and he says he is hobbled in his task by the restrictions of power imposed on him by this antiquated document. He must be freed so that he can do for us what he knows is best. And Senator Clark of Pennsylvania, another articulate spokesman, defines liberalism as meeting the material needs of the masses through the full power of centralized government. Well, I, for one, resent it when a representative of the people refers to you and me, the free men and women of this country, as the masses. This is a term we haven't applied to ourselves in America. But beyond that, the full power of centralized government, this was the very thing the Founding Fathers sought to minimize. They knew that governments don't control things. A government can't control the economy without controlling people. And they know when a government sets out to do that, it must use force and coercion to achieve its purpose. They also knew, those Founding Fathers, that outside of its legitimate functions, government does nothing as well or as economically as the private sector of the economy. Now, we have no better example of this than government's involvement in the farm economy over the last 30 years. Since 1955, the cost of this program has nearly doubled. 1/4 of farming in America is responsible for 85% of the farm surplus. 3/4 of farming is out on the free market and has known a 21% increase in the per capita consumption of all its produce. You see, that 1/4 of farming, that's regulated and controlled by the federal government. In the last 3 years, we've spent $43 in the feed grain program for every dollar bushel of corn we don't grow. Senator Humphrey last week charged that Barry Goldwater, as president, would seek to eliminate farmers. He should do his homework a little better, because he'll find out that we've had a decline of 5 million in the farm population under these government programs. He'll also find that the Democratic administration has sought to get from Congress extension of the farm program to include that 3/4 that is now free. He'll find that they've also asked for the right to imprison farmers who wouldn't keep books as prescribed by the federal government. The Secretary of Agriculture asked for the right to seize farms through condemnation and resell them to other individuals. And contained in that same program was a provision that would have allowed the federal government to remove 2 million farmers from the soil. At the same time, there's been an increase in the Department of Agriculture employees. There's now 1 for every 30 farms in the United States. And still, they can't tell us how 66 shiploads of grain headed for Austria disappeared without a trace, and Billy Solestis never left shore.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
This is Jim Baird. Jim Baird claims to be a conservative, claims to have the same exact values you have, then turns around and votes in favor of Joe Biden's bloated $1.2 trillion spending bill. Here's what's in it.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
For the first time in 6 years, the 4th District has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. On May 7th, vote for true conservative leadership. Charles Bookwalter.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Every responsible farmer and farm organization has repeatedly asked the government to free the farm economy. But who are farmers to know what's best for them? The wheat farmers voted against a wheat program. The government passed it anyway. Now the price of bread goes up, the price of wheat to the farmer goes down. Meanwhile, back in the city, under urban renewal, the assault on freedom carries on. Private property rights so diluted that public interest is almost anything a few government planners decide it should be. In a program that takes from the needy and gives to the greedy, we see such spectacles as in Cleveland, Ohio, $1.5 million building completed only 3 years ago must be destroyed to make way for what government officials call a more compatible use of the land. The president tells us he's now going to start building public housing units in the thousands, where heretofore we've only built them in the hundreds. But FHA and the Veterans Administration tell us they have 120,000 housing units they've taken back through mortgage foreclosure. For 3 decades, we've sought to solve the problems of unemployment through government planning, and the more the plans fail, the more the planners plan. The latest is the Area Redevelopment Agency. They've just declared Rice County, Kansas, a depressed area. Rice County, Kansas has 200 oil wells, and the 14,000 people there have over $30 million on deposit in personal savings in their banks. When the government tells you you're depressed, lie down and be depressed. We have so many people who can't see a fat man standing beside a thin one without coming to the conclusion the fat man got that way by taking advantage of the thin one. So they're going to solve all the problems of human misery through government and government planning. Well, now, if government planning and welfare had the answer, and they've had almost 30 years of it, shouldn't we expect government to read the score to us once in a while? Shouldn't they be telling us about the decline each year in the number of people needing help, the reduction in the need for public housing? But the reverse is true. Each year, the need grows greater, the program grows greater. We were told 4 years ago that 17 million people went to bed hungry each night. Well, that was probably true. They were all on a diet. But now we're told that 9.3 million families in this country are poverty-stricken on the basis of earning less than $3,000 a year. Welfare spending 10 times greater than it was in the dark depths of the Depression. We're spending $45 billion on welfare. Now do a little arithmetic and you'll find that if we divided the $45 billion up equally among those 9 million poor families, we'd be able to give each family $4,600 a year. And this, added to their present income, should eliminate poverty. Direct aid to the poor, however, is only running about $600 per family. It would seem that someplace there must be some overhead. So now we declare war on poverty, or you too can be a Bobby Baker. Now, do they honestly expect us to believe that if we add $1 billion to the $45 billion we're spending, one more program to the 30-odd we have, and remember this new program doesn't replace any, It just duplicates existing programs. Do they believe that poverty is suddenly going to disappear by magic? Well, in all fairness, I should explain there is one part of the new program that isn't duplicated. This is the youth feature. We're now going to solve the dropout problem, juvenile delinquency, by reinstituting something like the old CCC camps. And we're going to put our young people in these camps. But again, we do some arithmetic and we find that we're going to spend each year just on room and board for each young person we help, $4,700 a year. We can send them to Harvard for $2,700.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting Harvard is the answer to juvenile delinquency. But seriously, what are we doing to those we seek to help? Not too long ago, a judge called me here in Los Angeles. He told me of a young woman who'd come before him for a divorce. She had 6 children, was pregnant with her 7th. Under his questioning, she revealed her husband was a laborer earning $250 a month. She wanted the divorce to get an $80 raise. She's eligible for $330 a month in the Aid to Dependent Children program. She got the idea from 2 women in her neighborhood who'd already done that very thing. Yet any time you and I question the schemes of the do-gooders, we're denounced as being against their humanitarian goals. They say we're always against things, we're never for anything. Well, the trouble with our liberal friends is not that they're ignorant. It's just that they know so much that isn't so. Now, we're for a provision that destitution should not follow unemployment by reason of old age. And to that end, we have accepted Social Security as a step toward meeting the problem. But we're against those entrusted with this program when they practice deception regarding its fiscal shortcomings. When they charge that any criticism of the program means that we want to end payments to those people who depend on them for a livelihood. They've called it insurance to us in 100 million pieces of literature. But then they appeared before the Supreme Court and they testified it was a welfare program. They only used the term insurance to sell it to the people. And they said Social Security dues are a tax for the general use of the government. And the government has used that tax. There is no fund. Because Robert Byers, the actuarial head, appeared before a congressional committee and admitted that Social Security as of this moment is $298 billion in the hole. But he said there should be no cause for worry, because as long as they had the power to tax, they could always take away from the people whatever they needed to bail them out of trouble. And they're doing just that. A young man, 21 years of age, working at an average salary, his Social Security contribution would in the open market buy him an insurance policy that would guarantee $220 a month at age 65. The government promises $127. He could live it up until he's 31 and then take out a policy that would pay more than Social Security. Now, are we so lacking in business sense that we can't put this program on a sound basis so that people who do require those payments will find they can get them when they're due, that the cupboard isn't bare? Barry Goldwater thinks we can. At the same time, can't we introduce voluntary features that would permit a citizen who can do better on his own to be excused upon presentation of evidence that he had made provision for the non-earning years? Should we not allow a widow with children to work and not lose the benefits supposedly paid for by her deceased husband? Shouldn't you and I be allowed to declare who our beneficiaries will be under this program, which we cannot do? I think we're for telling our senior citizens that no one in this country should be denied medical care because of a lack of funds. But I think we're against forcing all citizens, regardless of need, into a compulsory government program, especially when we have such examples as was announced last week when France admitted that their Medicare program is now bankrupt. They've come to the end of the road. In addition, was Barry Goldwater so irresponsible when he suggested that our government give up its program of deliberate planned inflation so that when you do get your Social Security pension, $1 will buy $1's worth and not 45 cents worth? I think we're for an international organization where the nations of the world can seek peace. But I think we're against subordinating American interests to an organization that has become so structurally unsound that today you can muster a 2/3 vote on the floor of the General Assembly among nations that represent less than 10% of the world's population. I think we're against the hypocrisy of assailing our allies because here and there they cling to a colony, while we engage in a conspiracy of silence and never open our mouths about the millions of people enslaved in the Soviet colonies in the satellite nations.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
I think we're for aiding our allies by sharing of our material blessings with those nations which share in our fundamental beliefs. But we're against doling out money government to government, creating bureaucracy, if not socialism, all over the world. We set out to help 19 countries. We're helping 107. We've spent $146 billion. With that money, we bought a $2 million yacht for Haile Selassie. We bought dress suits for Greek undertakers, extra wives for Kenya government officials. We bought 1,000 TV sets for a place where they have no electricity. In the last 6 years, 52 nations have bought $7 billion worth of our gold, and all 52 are receiving foreign aid from this country. No government ever voluntarily reduces itself in size, so government programs once launched never disappear. Actually, a government bureau is the nearest thing to eternal life we'll ever see on this earth. Federal employees number 2.5 million, and federal, state, and local, 1 out of 6 of the nation's workforce employed by government. These proliferating bureaus with their thousands of regulations have cost us many of our constitutional safeguards. How many of us realize that today federal agents can invade a man's property without a warrant? They can impose a fine without a formal hearing, let alone a trial by jury, and they can seize and sell his property at auction to enforce the payment of that fine. In Chico County, Arkansas, James Weir overplanted his rice allotment. The government obtained a $17,000 judgment, and a U.S. Marshal sold his 960-acre farm at auction. The government said it was necessary as a warning to others to make the system work. Last February 19th at the University of Minnesota, Norman Thomas, 6 times candidate for president on the Socialist Party ticket, said if Barry Goldwater became president, he would stop the advance of socialism in the United States. I think that's exactly what he will do. But as a former Democrat, I can tell you Norman Thomas isn't the only man who has drawn this parallel to socialism with the present administration? Because back in 1936, Mr. Democrat himself, Al Smith, a great American, came before the American people and charged that the leadership of his party was taking the party of Jefferson, Jackson, and Cleveland down the road under the banners of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. And he walked away from his party and he never returned till the day he died. Because to this day, the leadership of that party has been taking that party, that honorable party, down the road in the image of the Labor Socialist Party of England. Now, it doesn't require expropriation or confiscation of private property or business to impose socialism on a people. What does it mean whether you hold the deed to or the title to your business or property if the government holds the power of life and death over that business or property? And such machinery already exists. The government can find some charge to bring against any concern it chooses to prosecute. Every businessman has his own tale of harassment. Somewhere a perversion has taken place. Our natural unalienable rights are now considered to be a dispensation of government, and freedom has never been so fragile, so close to slipping from our grasp as it is at this moment. Our Democratic opponents seem unwilling to debate these issues. They want to make you and I believe that this is a contest between two men, that we're to choose just between two personalities. Well, what of this man that they would destroy? And in destroying, they would destroy that which he represents, the ideas that you and I hold dear. Is he the brash and shallow and trigger-happy man they say he is? Well, I've been privileged to know him when. I knew him long before he ever dreamed of trying for high office. And I can tell you personally, I've never known a man in my life I believed so incapable of doing a dishonest or dishonorable thing.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
This is a man who in his own business, before he entered politics, instituted a profit-sharing plan before unions had ever thought of it. He put in health and medical insurance for all his employees. He took 50% of the profits before taxes and set up a retirement program, a pension plan for all his employees. He sent monthly checks for life to an employee who was ill and couldn't work. He provides nursing care for the children of mothers who work in the stores. When Mexico was ravaged by the floods in the Rio Grande, he climbed in his airplane and flew medicine and supplies down there. An ex-GI told me how he met him. It was the week before Christmas during the Korean War, and he was at the Los Angeles airport trying to get a ride home to Arizona for Christmas. And he said that a lot of servicemen there and no seats available on the planes. And then a voice came over the loudspeaker and said, any men in uniform wanting a ride to Arizona, go to runway such and such. And they went down there. There was a fellow named Barry Goldwater sitting in his plane. Every day in those weeks before Christmas, all day long, he'd load up the plane, fly it to Arizona, fly them to their homes, fly back over to get another load. During the hectic split-second timing of a campaign, this is a man who took time out to sit beside an old friend who was dying of cancer. His campaign managers were understandably impatient, but he said there aren't many left who care what happens to her. I'd like her to know I care. This is a man who said to his 19-year-old son, there is no foundation like the rock of honesty and fairness. And when you begin to build your life on that rock, with the cement of the faith in God that you have, then you have a real start. This is not a man who could carelessly send other people's sons to war. And that is the issue of this campaign that makes all the other problems I've discussed academic, unless we realize we're in a war that must be won. Those who would trade our freedom for the soup kitchen of the welfare state have told us they have a utopian solution of peace without victory. They call their policy accommodation. And they say if we'll only avoid any direct confrontation with the enemy, he'll forget his evil ways and learn to love us. All who oppose them are indicted as warmongers. They say we offer simple answers to complex problems. Well, perhaps there is a simple answer. Not an easy answer, but simple. If you and I have the courage to tell our elected officials that we want our national policy based on what we know in our hearts is morally right, we cannot buy our security, our freedom from the threat of the bomb, by committing an immorality so great as saying to 1 billion human beings now enslaved behind the Iron Curtain, give up your dreams of freedom, because to save our own skins, we're willing to make a deal with your slave masters. Alexander Hamilton said, a nation which can prefer disgrace to danger is prepared for a master and deserves one.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Now let's set the record straight. There's no argument over the choice between peace and war. But there's only one guaranteed way you can have peace, and you can have it in the next second: surrender. Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow other than this, but every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? Well, Nikita Khrushchev has told his people he knows what our answer will be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday, when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time, we will have been weakened from within spiritually, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better read than dead, or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard round the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our honored dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance. And this is the meaning, in the phrase of Barry Goldwater, peace through strength. Winston Churchill said the destiny of man is not measured by material computations. When great forces are on the move in the world, we learn we're spirits, not animals. And he said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness. We will keep in mind and remember that Barry Goldwater has faith in us, he has faith that you and I have the ability and the dignity and the right to make our own decisions and determine our own destiny. Thank you very much.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. Thanks again for joining us for our special edition of our Town Hall series. If you've been watching, you can see that there's not one question that I don't answer. Transparency is very important to our campaign. So I encourage you, if you have any questions or concerns, please go to our website, or you can email me, charles@bookwalterforcongress.com, or you can call me at 765-670-1221. And if I don't answer, I'll get back to you. That being said, enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for your time. By a show of hands, who believes the federal government has too little authority right now? No hands up. Now, by a show of hands, who believes we're currently witnessing the biggest federal government overreach in our nation's history? That's right. And if you feel like you've been over-legislated and underrepresented, raise your hand and keep that hand up. Your raised hands are exactly why I am running for Congress. As an American citizen, we have all witnessed an alarming power grab at the top of our federal government, from an out-of-control Department of Justice and FBI to the ATF, IRS, and the EPA. From the weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI against President Trump to the EPA determining how and what you can use to cook your food, your meals, how you can and cannot farm your own farmland. This is an unconstitutional government overreach by the federal government, and it must be stopped. Over the last 4 years, we've seen lockdowns and mandates. We've seen our fellow citizens arrested, imprisoned, and called threats to democracy for simply exercising their God-given constitutional rights. Is this the America that you want to leave for your children and grandchildren? Is this even the America that you recognize that your parents and grandparents bequeathed to you? As a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient with 2 combat deployments, I'm all too aware of the horrors of these forever wars our nation have been fighting our entire lives. And some of you are older than I am, and we're there for the war to end all wars. And our current leadership and foreign policy experts have the U.S. on the brink of another war, 2 wars, in fact, on the other side of the planet. These wars will never end, and my opponent is in full support of these proxy wars. As a small business owner, I've personally witnessed the destruction of the American workforce over the last 4 years, and more importantly, an organized attack on the American work ethic. And who can blame them? With nearly 55 cents out of every one of our dollars going to pay taxes before we are able to take it home and spend it on our own homes, taking care of our own families. And what measures have my opponent taken to remedy these issues? None. He has made government bigger. We must expect more from our representatives, a lot more. And that's what I plan to deliver. Out of control inflation, out of control corruption, and out of control crime is now the status quo. And my opponent's solution is more government and more bureaucracy.
And what is my solution? My solution, which I'll get into a little bit later, is true and proven conservative leadership.
Thank you so much, Charles. John, you now have 3 minutes to introduce yourself.
There's not a lot of time, so I got to speak quickly. I appreciate your flexibility here. I have two powerful forces that guide me on a daily basis, my faith and the Constitution. I think it's also important to mention that other than working to ensure the medical freedoms and liberties of all Americans, I don't have a legislative agenda. I have no desire to author legislation that strips Americans of their rights and freedoms and burdens them with more and more regulations and taxes. I will join those in DC right now, already fighting these issues, that have already put in the hard work to stop the overreach of these federal agencies. I will represent the views and concerns of everyone equally, regardless of who they are, where they come from, etc., based solely on the two forces that guide me, my faith and the Constitution. I will suggest that we need leaders that live and regulate their lives by the things like love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control, particularly self-control. Against such things, there is no law. It's plain to see that far too many of our so-called representatives have lost their way, and they've taken our country with them. They're out of alignment with the American people, but more importantly, they're out of alignment with the Constitution and the Christian values that founded our nation 250 years ago. My opponent's vote for the minibus this week only goes to prove just how out of touch Representative Baird is with the American people and you, the citizens of the 4th Congressional District. Regarding question 2, as for my approach to governance, first let me say, I will not maintain a home in the DC area. I plan to return to the district every week to maintain contact with those that I represent. Moreover, I do a weekly town hall digitally. I will maintain that weekly town hall from the office in Congress to keep in touch with the people of the 4th District. Unlike my opponent, I'll have 2 or 3 offices across the district where I will be able to meet with and discuss the issues and concerns of you, the constituents, not lobbyists and PACs in Washington, D.C. The 4th District is my home, and that's who I'll represent. And the most effective and efficient way to do that is to be in the district as much as possible. Over the last 3 years, I've been doing the job I am now asking you to give me. I've traveled the state and the district working to get citizens involved in local government, from precinct committeemen all the way up to Congress, and we've helped hundreds of people access the ballot, file for and run for public office, and more. I'm a firm believer that before you ask for the job, you must have already been doing the job. That's why for the last 3 years, I've been working tirelessly as a coach to those that want to be an active participant in the solution. My mission is to be a representative that not only actively works with the constituents of the 4th District, but also shows them how they can personally engage in the legislative process, including negotiations.
Thank you, Charles, I'm going to go ahead and cut you off, but since you will be doing your closing remarks next, go ahead and you can finish your statements, and you have 3 more minutes.
That's okay. We'll just go to the closing remarks. All right. Although it may sound like it by the tone of my voice, our nation is not lost. Our nation is not lost. And if you believe that the way I believe in, you're always going to be white-pilled. We simply have lost our way. And how do we get back to the right way, the right path? I have some ideas. We close the border immediately. We stop the out-of-control spending immediately. We don't vote yes on minibus, omnibus bills, continuing resolutions like our congressman just did yesterday. We remove the legal immunity that vaccine manufacturers have for products that kill or injure people. We stop funding proxy wars, war after war that spills our blood and treasure and enriches only a few. I saw it firsthand, multiple combat deployments. We don't allow high-ranking of government officials or military officers to lobby elected officials for a minimum of 10 years. We use the power of the purse, Congress' responsibility, to punish those rogue agencies not reward them with additional funding. And we investigate and hold accountable those who have leveraged their government positions for personal gain. Look around you. It's happening all over, and we know it. The battle we face today is one of that of being a good neighbor versus that of being a good citizen. Good neighbors treat each other as peers. Good citizens treat each other according to an official status. Good neighbors insource their ethics. Good citizens outsource their ethics in compliance with commands of rulers and enforcers. Good neighbors consent. Good citizens conform. So if you're tired of the status quo, I'm asking for your support. If you're tired of the go along to get along DC mentality, then I'm asking for your support. If you're tired of being over-legislated and underrepresented, I humbly, Charles Bookwalter, am asking for your support and for your vote on May 7th to be your loud and good neighbor in Washington, D.C. Now, if I have a few more minutes, I got 30 seconds, I'll tell you. Again, we do a weekly digital town hall to answer questions that you may have. I do live town halls. I've done 2 this week. We're all over the district. I'm not afraid of these positions that I have, and I'm very transparent in my issues. I don't check the pulse to see where we stand on these issues. I'm very transparent. I ask you, go to my website. You can read my letter, and you can read all the positions that I have on my website. And if you're further curious, there's a phone number on there. You can give me a call. And if I don't answer, I'll return your call and answer the questions or concerns that you may have. Thank you very much for your time tonight and for coming out and supporting all these candidates.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
If you look down upon a city with the widest bird's eye view, you might wonder how it functions. Who takes care of me and you? Who makes sure there's food for vegans and for carnivores as well? It seems like there's a wizard who has cast a magic spell. Just think of one small part. Who makes sure there's so much bread? You want rye, you want ciabatta, or make it sourdough instead? A baguette or a croissant? It doesn't matter, don't you see? You get yours and she gets hers and I get mine. How can that be? One's buying a dozen bagels to grace an impromptu brunch. One's using food stamps for a simple loaf to make her children lunch. No matter the amount we require, no matter the choices we make, an army of workers has mobilized to fashion the bread we partake. The farmer who grows the wheat, the miller who grinds the flour, the baker and all the others who work hour after hour, they're all on their own, each one making independent decisions. But somehow their plans fit together with the greatest degree of precision. So there must be a czar of wheat and flour, of trucks and of bread and yeast to allocate and oversee and plan at the very least for the unexpected change. What if today's not like yesterday? It never is, though, is it? So who keeps chaos away? Because there's order all around us. Things look as if they're planned, like the supply of bread in a city, enough to match up with demand. And though flour is used for more than just bread, we never have to fight over where it goes and who gets what. So why do we sleep so well at night, knowing nobody's in charge? It looks like all is left to chance. Yet in New York or London, as well as Paris, France, no one's worried the shelves will be empty. We take supply for granted. But it's a marvel. It's a miracle. The world's somehow enchanted. Of course, the result's never perfect, but the system's organic, alive. Over time, fewer people go hungry, and more bread lovers thrive. And if you're allergic to gluten, there are sellers who work for you, too. Your choices expand, and what you demand is created and waiting for you. I have my tastes, and you have yours. We each have our own urges, yet somehow there's no conflict. A harmony emerges. Our dreams can fit together like a quilt that someone weaves us. But there isn't a weaver of dreams. Reality deceives us. And here's the crazy thing. If someone really were in charge to make sure that bread was plentiful, with the power to enlarge the supply of flour and yeast, and of bakers and ovens too, would that person with that power have any idea of what to do? Could a minister of bread do even half as well? Would there be enough of every kind of bread upon the shelves? How could he know how much to make of each kind every day? There'd be shortages and surpluses and waste and much dismay. You might think the job is easy. If the top seller's rye, then for every variety, push production up that high. Then no one's disappointed. Bread eaters will rejoice when they see that every bakery is filled with so much choice. Bread eaters, yes, but help. The forgotten pizza lover cries, all the flour's gone to baking bread. There's none left for the pies of pepperoni, deep dish, thin crust, and Sicilian. You've solved the bread challenge, yes, but created another million problems. No problem. We'll just grow lots more wheat. But that means less of something else that people like to eat, which only makes the puzzle of the harmony around us much more puzzling. This order, this peace has to astound us. So many things we count on, yet no one's behind the curtain. No wizard, no controls, yet the supply of stuff near certain. Every morning, the bakers rise early to make sure your bread is fresh. And the world gets more complicated, but the plans just continue to mesh. Every morning, the bakers rise early. They're not under anyone's command. Where in the anatomy textbooks can I view an invisible hand? The key to the process is prices and the freedom to shop where you want. Competition among all the bakers. Make sure that they rise before dawn, to make sure the bread's near perfection, to make sure that the buyer's content. You don't have to know economics to know when your money's well spent. We know there's order built into the fabric of the world, of nature, flocks of geese, schools of fish, and every boy and girl delights in how the stars shine down in all their constellations, and the planets stay on track and keep the most sublime relations with each other. Orders everywhere, yet we humans too create it. It emerges. No one intends it. No one has to orchestrate it. It's the product of our actions, but no single mind's designed it. There's magic without wizards, if you just know how to find it.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Here's what the people of the Fourth are saying about Charles Bookwalter.
Hadn't heard of this guy before, and Charles, and I thought I'm always interested in trying to find a new conservative candidate to support and get more involved in in politics, we have to stand up. The men have to stand up. Where are the men in the country to stand up for this? We have to be the watchmen on the walls. We need to close the border immediately. Nobody comes across. I mean, we've got open places where they can come across.
If you live in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, you have a choice for Congress this primary. Charles Bookwalter. Visit bookwalterforcongress.com to learn more.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Gave them a place where they could dance. If you want to see heaven, brother, here's your chance.
Thank you. Thank you.
Spread the message.
Thank you. Good. Good. You keep that up, I won't have to talk very long. Very good. Thank you very much for that. Very nice welcome. It's good to be among friends. I give a lot of speeches over on the Hill. I give a lot of speeches on the floor. Lo and behold, I don't get that kind of applause. Because I don't think they're on the same wavelength as you and I are on. I think there's a disconnect, and of course that's what this struggle is all about. I think in many ways the conservative movement has had a struggle defining a conservative. You know, we finally got the conservatives in charge. We have been struggling ever since Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan and the revolution of 1994 and the continuation of the year 2000. We finally get the House and the Senate and the presidency. And what did we do? We doubled the size of the Department of Education. I thought we were supposed to get rid of the Department of Education. So I have a few suggestions on how you can identify a conservative. First of all, they have to be devoted to and willing to stand by and defend the Constitution. And of course, there's another position they ought to take. Many have. Many in this room will take that position. But it is absolutely necessary. A good conservative will start talking about and preaching on why we have to get rid of the Federal Reserve System. And then we could, we're devoted to the Constitution. Rule of law is very, very important. You can't ignore the Constitution when you don't like something. What you have to do is if you don't like it, you have to amend it. And I would like to make some amendments. I would like to remove two of them, the 16th and the 17th Amendment. But we've certainly gotten ourselves into a mess because the conservative movement that was designed to bring us back to our roots, like limited government, smaller government, more individual liberty, it hasn't happened. And now, since we did not do the job we were supposed to do, the opposition has taken over. And guess what? They're criticizing the Republicans and the conservatives for not having balanced the budget. But does that mean they're going to do that? No, they're going to make us look like pikers. They're going to double and triple and quadruple the spending. I mean, it is endless. Believe me, we're in serious trouble. That is why I talk a lot to the young people. The young people are very interested in what I talk about, and the young in spirit are also interested in what I talk about. But the young people especially are interested because they know what they're getting. They know they're getting a bad deal. They're getting nothing but debt. In the past 12 months, our national debt went up $1.5 trillion. And next year is going to be more. They're hoping it'll be 1.7 this year total, but it could be 2 or it could be 3. The numbers are irrelevant. And we're in an atmosphere now where if we can accept the idea that the taxpayers can bail out everybody on Wall Street, but bail out the banks and big business, there is nothing that can't be, funded, nothing that can't be appropriated. Everything will be appropriated. There will be no cuts. There will only be one limitation on what we have going on today, and that limitation will be the value of the dollar. Today, we are still privileged to print dollars, and the world is still unbelievably taking those dollars. But that is going to end, and when that ends, the party is over. Most people think the party is already over, but it's only half over. The financial system that we have built and have lived with started in 1971. It was the dollar standard. The fiat dollar standard, the financial system has been totally built on that system. And it was doomed to fail. Matter of fact, it was that very day in August of 1971 and August 15th when the Bretton Woods Agreement finally came undone and the last link to gold was removed that I knew we had embarked on the course that we're on today. But that system that built this monstrosity of a financial system worldwide like it had never been in the history of the world. We are the biggest debtor nation in the world, and it's not just the United States that's in trouble, it's the whole world. But that financial system has come unglued, but the next shoe to drop will be the disintegration of the dollar. So we, as conservatives and believers in limited government, as believers in the Constitution, we have a tough race to restrain the big spenders before that happens, because when that happens, what is threatened is our liberty. The main purpose of a government in a free society should be the preservation of liberty. Fortunately, we live in a country that knew something about that and emphasized that in our early years, but we have forgotten it. We have lost our confidence. We are not determined to present the case for liberty. We have chopped liberty up into pieces. We have economic liberty. We have social liberty. We have a foreign policy that's built on just total fallacies. So we have to put this all back together again, and fortunately we have something that can pull it back together, and that is the understanding of the Founding Fathers that put it into our Constitution. This means that if we followed the rules and did the job right, we wouldn't have a welfare state. The job that we as believers and those who spread this message, the job we have is to present this case and still prove that we are the humanitarians. The liberal do-gooders, the big spenders who say that we're going to give you a free house to everybody, free medical care to everybody, free education, that's preposterous. But they still win. The last election had something to do with that. Everything is going to be for free. And yet the proof is, if you care about your fellow man, there is only one way you can maximize prosperity and maximize freedom, and that is through the rule of law and making sure that everybody understands that liberty is an individual thing and not a collective right. The other thing, if we want to get our house in order, we have to address the subject of foreign policy. There was a time when conservatives had a completely different foreign policy. Back in the older days, back when we had a Robert Taft and others, they had a different understanding about what our foreign policy ought to be. You know, they were so old-fashioned, they believed we had to follow the Constitution, and it was designed to defend this country. Nothing more than that. Not the giving away of our sovereignty, not to listen to the UN and the World Bank and the IMF and the WTO. We don't need any of those. Today, in the midst of the turmoil that we have, there is a strong behind-the-scenes movement toward even a greater presence of world government. They want to solve this crisis by internationalizing the financial system. The last 20, 30 years, it's been internationalized, but we had a privilege. We got to print the gold. So we had an advantage. We lived off others, but that's coming to an end. We are the biggest debtor, and soon that debt will be called. But when they are trying now to put this together and they're going to internationalize it, it is going to be more of the same internationalism, WTO, and regulations and banking system. The only thing that we have going for us, it is impossible for that system to last and to work, because you cannot have a fiat system, whether it's a single country or an international government, to make paper money work. That is why the money issue is so important, that in a free society you have to have honest money. Honest money is what the founders described as, and that says that only gold and silver should be legal tender.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
But we ought to address the subject of foreign policy. Part of the reasons why we lost this last election was the foreign policy issue. Generally speaking, the presidential candidate who argues the case for less warmongering will win the election. And, of course, Obama took the advantage of it. You know, he says, I'm going to end the war in Iraq, and I'm going to bring those troops home and solve all the problems. And he won the election. So this generally is the case. But the truth is, foreign policy hasn't changed. We should be looking more to what George Bush said in the year 2000. He was strongly critical of the Clinton years, of nation building and being the policeman of the world, what we were doing in Bosnia and Somalia. And he won the election. He said some very, very good things. But after that, he again joined the internationalists, joined this idea that the American taxpayers, you, have an obligation to take care of everybody and police the world and put our military out there and be exposed to all this danger. It doesn't make any sense. This is literally what bankrupts the country, is the international expenditures. It costs us $1 trillion a year to take care of our foreign policy, and that cannot last. And it is coming to an end. Matter of fact, the person most pleased with our foreign policy is Osama bin Laden, because he has written about this and he said, I am going to get you to come over here and we'll fight you on our sand and we will do what we did to the Soviets. Of course, we helped him do what he did to the Soviets because we subsidized and supported him to drain the Soviets. And he said he will do the same thing. He will eventually bankrupt this country. And lo and behold, we are weaker for it. Our military personnel are fatigued. I was very proud of what happened last year in the campaign because I talk about the old conservative, Republican, non-interventionist, constitutional foreign policy, and we, in our campaign, got the most money than any candidate from the military. But historically, great nations end when they overextend themselves overseas, whether it's back to the Roman days or the Soviets or whatever. The country feels so emboldened that they go and they think themselves as being overly wonderful and that we are going to spread our message. It actually started in World War I. The truth is, there was no need for us to be involved in World War I. But who wasn't? But there it was. was. It was Woodrow Wilson said we have to do it because we have to make the world safe for democracy, which led to this millions, hundreds of millions of people killed in the 20th century. So we're back at the same thing. We have to go and spread our goodness in the Middle East. So yeah, we wanted to get rid of a bad guy in Iraq. We did. But it took another 1 million Iraqis got killed. Believe me, they weren't all terrorists. Some people didn't particularly like that. But nevertheless, it pleased Osama bin Laden because we were there, we were bankrupting our country, and right now, today, we get a new president that says he didn't like the war that was going on, so what are we going to do? We're going to drag another 17,000 Americans and pump them into Afghanistan. Don't we know anything about history? It is bankrupting our country. It will end, whether the people agree with me or not, it will end because we can't afford it. That's the way it's always ended throughout history. That's what the financial crisis is telling us. The welfare state will end because the money will quit working and we will no longer be able to afford to promote what we're doing around the world. And the sooner we realize that, the better. But today it's only financed because we have this monetary system, because we can't possibly tax the people. We can't borrow much more, so we're still relying on the Federal Reserve. So what has the Federal Reserve done in this last year or so? You know, Congress has spent hundreds of billions trying to bail out the system. Republicans are now voting against this, which is good. I'm delighted with that, but it's a little bit late. But they're voting against it. But what about... What is the Federal Reserve doing? We talk about $800 billion and it's a big deal. The Federal Reserve does it in trillions. We're up to a commitment of $9 trillion. We in Congress and you as citizens have no idea what's going on. And it's government totally out of control. And it's to take care of their buddies. They pump this money into the industries, and what happens? They get out, they get huge billions and billions of dollars worth of bonuses, and then they go and buy treasury bills to keep the dollar from crashing, because they will leave the treasury bills eventually. So they bail out their friends, and the bonuses are paid, and the American people suffer because in the age of inflation, the middle class gets wiped out. The characteristic of inflation is the wiping out of the middle class and enhancing the wealthy. So it's an economic and political system that is here to destroy us and here to destroy our freedoms unless we understand what freedom is all about. Freedom comes to us in a natural way. It's in a God-given way. It is not given to us because we belong to a group. Not because there's no such thing as women's rights and minority rights and gay rights and all these things. There's only one type of right, and that is an individual right that has come to us from God. To defend that right, it's like defending freedom of the press. The freedom of the press gives people the right to write controversial things and engage in controversial discussions. Otherwise, you would have prior restraint, and the government would come in and tell newspapers and radios what they could say and do. Nobody wants that. But every single day we have prior restraint on everything we do in the marketplace. Every market transaction, every labor transaction, every dollar transaction, every property transaction is done only with the permission of the government. So we now have moved a major step in the direction of socialism. And they talk about nationalism and nationalizing the banks. Well, the name isn't as important as the control. We are closer to a fascist system where the government has total control of our lives and our economy, and that is what has to be stopped. But if we understand what freedom means for freedom of the press and no prior restraint, we also cannot, as conservatives, say that we have to have prior restraint on individuals in their social behavior, that we can regulate social behavior. We have some people defending economic liberty rather well and others defending social liberty, and yet it's all one and the same. The founders understood that. And if we could only put that together, people would have freedom of choice in their economics and their social endeavors. The only thing is, under that system, you have to be responsible for yourself. If you do harm to yourself or don't take care of yourself economically, you can't go crawling to the government and begging and pleading and demanding. We get involved too much in social legislation because some of the states want to do the right thing, whether it has to do with marriage and other social issues. And the states under the Constitution have a right to do this. But they've been denied this right because it goes to a federal court, the Supreme Court, and they rule and throw out these laws. They should not even hear these cases. That is why my approach to dealing with the marriage issue, the abortion issue, any social issue, is that the jurisdiction is removed. It's taken out of the federal courts, and we could do a lot more in what we want to do, whether it's right to life, rather than waiting until we have control of the Supreme Court or waiting until you amend the Constitution. This bill can be passed, and it should have been passed when we had the majority. Unfortunately, there was very little interest in it, but the We the People Act that I have is one bill that could pass, and it could have saved millions and millions of lives by preventing abortion by state law. I've introduced a few pieces of legislation dealing with the Federal Reserve. One is to get rid of the Federal Reserve by all practicalities. All practicalities, we cannot do that. It would be chaotic. My real position is that you legalize competition. Legalize the Constitution. That would be a bold step, and allow competition. That would take care of it. But there is one piece of legislation that's getting a lot of attention and support on both sides of the aisle, something that it would be great if you could get behind. And it was just introduced yesterday, and the number is 1207. And what it is going to do and can do is to audit the Federal Reserve. At least we can find out what they're doing. The law says that the GAO has the right to audit the Federal Reserve, except for A, B, C, D, and E, and that's everything that they do. So by law, they are prohibited we're prohibited from auditing or getting any answers from the Fed, and yet they have more money and more control over our lives and your dollars and your future. They have control over the foreign policy and the domestic policy, and you don't have any right to know anything about it because I can't even get the information. It has to come about by the passage of legislation like this that demands that they are not independent and totally secret, and that they can rule this country through the power of creating money. It's a monstrous fraud. It is something that has existed throughout history where the king gets control of the money and they inflate the currency and dilute the metals and print the money and whatever. But it has to stop. And if we don't, believe me, this thing will get much worse. So this, to me, is a major step in the right direction. I want to go ahead and close and say that I am strongly encouraged, especially by the young people I've talked to in the last year. They're enthusiastic about liberty, defending it consistently, defending the Constitution, and realizing that the situation we have today is unworkable. The Social Security system is unworkable, and that we can defend all this by defending our Constitution, defend the rule of law, understanding where our rights come from, and say, yes, we want our freedom back, and we will assume the responsibility for ourselves. Thank you very much.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Okay, it's been an interesting few weeks. With all the mailings coming from Congressman Baird, one of the interesting things about politics is that, and computers, is that we have access to all the money that he's spending. We know what he has in his bank account. We know what he has in his campaign bank account. And he's not spending any of that money, folks. He's spending yours through the it's called franked mail. It's a privilege given to Congress. It allows them to converse, to talk, to communicate with their constituents, and Jim's doing it to great avail. And what he's showing that, he's scared is what I believe. But more importantly, how much money did it take to print this, send it out to everybody at 50 cents a piece? Everybody in the 4th District got one. Here you go. I saved you $300,000. Now, I think what's interesting in that, he's claiming to have saved us $4.3 million. What's the carbon sequestration bill that he's authored? How much money is in that bill?
That one, I believe, it's 31 million. It's not as much as it could be.
No. The entire project is $2.5 billion.
Oh, okay.
The entire program is $2.5 billion.
Yeah, that's
500,000. It's $500 million a year for a 5-year period. That's $2.5 billion. Research grants, colleges, and so on. So let's get into this, if you don't mind. First of all, let me put this one up here. I'm going to come over here and do this. We'll go over here, and then we'll bring this up here. This is the flyer that came out. This is the one we're talking about right here. Jump into this, Charles. You know a lot more about this information. Let's go to the other side of it real quick than I do.
Yes. So first of all, what I want to say is all these flyers are coming out in direct response to our critiques about Jim Baird's record and him being a spender. So these are campaign pieces, which is unethical and illegal, actually, based on the Congress ethics about using the frank mail privilege. But if this one right here, you can see on the left-hand side, right there, you can see that he's saying that he's returning all this money to Hoosiers and that he is the lowest spender. All he's saying is that he was the lowest spender when it comes to the constituent services program. So Jim Baird.
Well, let's explain that. Let's explain what the constituent services program is, because that's important to understand.
That's doing your job. The constituent services program is what a congressman is supposed to do. That's why you're elected every 2 years. You're supposed to be in your community, dealing with issues in the Fourth, serving the community with whatever government programs in that community are available to those people. And so what Jim Baird is saying is that paltry figure, that $4.4 million that was returned, means that he was not doing a lot of constituent services. And that is true because in 2020, because of the 2 primary rule, he did not have a primary opponent, so he was not primaried. And in 2020, so they were the 2 primary. In 2020, he was his primary challenger was removed from the ballot for the 1 primary rule. And in 2022, his primary challenger, Charles Bookwalter, was removed from the ballot from the 2 primary rule. So Jim Baird did not have to be in his district working and getting to know and dealing with the issues of the constituents in the 4th District. So when it say he's the least spender, it just means that he wasn't doing things in his district. That's all he means. And that money, $4.4 million, was not returned to taxpayers. taxpayers.
No.
It was returned to the Frank Mail budget that was redistributed among the other representatives. So that's misleading. It's lawyer speak, and it's in direct. It's a direct response to our accusations that he is a big government spender of money.
Well, and it goes back to, again, that Jim Baird is not who he says he is. It's not who he said. He's being dishonest. He could have just said, hey, this piece was produced with all the dollars he has available to him to showcase to people who earn $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year to think to themselves, or less, to think to themselves, oh my God, he gave almost $5 million or $4.5 million back to the people of Indiana. Nope.
No,
never happened.
No,
and
that did not happen.
It's misleading, and this is what we hate in politics. Yeah. Not only did he tell you, not only did he mislead you, but he spent your money to do it.
Yeah.
It's gross.
He spent that money with your taxpayer dollars to answer a response that we critiqued him about, to tell you to make up this number and being the lowest spender of your taxpayer dollars in the district. I don't know where I'll fall when I win the primary, but I will use the Frank Mail privilege to inform the voters of why I'm doing things.
Well,
this is
a great way to do that, Charles, is to say, hey, listen, I'm going to be back in town, in the district on this date. Please join me for a town hall.
Right.
I want to hear from you. Jim Baird's never done that. When Jim Baird comes back to Indiana, it's to talk to the big money people in here. He goes to the political hacks. They all get together, pat each other on the back, and say what a great job everybody's doing. And then they head back. They don't talk to you and me.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that real quick.
I would spend the money to inform voters of why I voted a particular way. Like people, I have to explain people why I'm against sending more and more money to Ukraine. Well, I'm going to have to explain my votes. That's what I would use the Frank Mail privilege for, to say, hey, this is why we're voting this way in Congress. This is why, here's a vote that's coming up. What do you think? What are your opinions about sending more money to Ukraine? That's how it's meant to be used, but that's not how it's being used.
Yeah, let me bring up this next flyer. I don't think I have it sized right. Let me pull that back. I got something screwed up here. Yeah, let's take a look at this real quick here. Let me pull that out. There's that's the one that's wrong. This is the second flyer that we've gotten, and this is what's interesting to me. By the way, I did want to get into these numbers, Charles, because I think it's interesting. He's got a staff, and the staff's hours. He started opening up these locations around the district to where you could drop in and talk to his team or talk to somebody from his group for 2 hours at certain positions, certain locations throughout the district. And that just happened recently because they've only done 51 hours of mobile office hours conducted in a 6-year period. 51 hours in the district. That's not even a full work week. Not the work week I have. I work 50 to 80 hours a week.
Maybe that's a 6 hour. Maybe that's a 6-year work week for a congressman.
That may be it. The Joe Biden plan. Let's go to this next flyer. This is the one that we really wanted to get into, primarily because of what they're trying to convince us of is that Jim Baird is a conservative. Jim Baird's fighting for you. Now, these are all words that they use. And by the way, in fairness, I worked on the Jim Baird campaign to get him into office for Congress back in 2018. So full disclosure, the team that is currently working for Jim Baird right now is the team that I worked with. I know what they do. I know how they work. And this is the trash that they put out. This is why I had a problem with the entire process, and I'm no longer there. Because I said this is wrong. When Charles and I met and we started talking about these things, discussing these issues, it was important that I get behind a candidate that is against the same things that I'm against. And this is one of the issues. He says one thing and does another. Let me. That's
why it's great to have you on the team, Kramer. First of all, let me point out something about just this quote. Okay, this is a philosophical difference between Congressman Baird and myself. If you look at the last the last line on that quote. It says, Hoosiers do better when the government gets out of their way and gives them the tools they need to thrive. Government is not there to provide you tools to thrive. That is not the role of government. Government's role is to protect you from your God-given rights to life, liberty, and property. The philosophical difference is that Congressman Baird and all those other congressmen out there want to perfectly tailor government to give you handouts or a baby. And in reality, people, we don't get them. You and I don't get them. Big business gets them. Big pharma gets them. Big military gets them. Big food, big ag. The tools are given to them to thrive. They're not given to us. So it is a philosophical difference between Congressman Baird and myself. I want the government out of your way and give you more money back so that you can thrive as a natural, God-fearing, God-loving Hoosier patriot that has freedom and prosperity based on your hard work and your ethics and whatnot. Let's flip that over and go to the other one.
So on this portion right here, basically there are 7 points. Well, they're not basically. There's actually 7 points. There are 7 points on here, the myths that he's trying to dispel. Now, what you may or may not know is that Jim Baird put a poll into the 4th District just prior to the caucuses in Iowa. And on there, by the way, I want to point this out. In the polls, he asked the question, what's your position on Trump? Before endorsing Trump, he asked for your position. He wanted to find out what your favorability of Trump in the district was before he endorsed him. Think about that. Then when we go through this, what you'll also find is the information of how he's spinning information, and they're wanting you to believe things that are not true.
Yeah, and another thing, Kramer, is that all of these, every single issue, these 8 myths, or I think it's 8 myths, these myths are everything that we are talking about and that we are accusing the Baird campaign of. And he is using your taxpayer dollars and the frank male privilege to campaign against a primary contender. This is all of our accusations, and these are all of his responses. That is unethical, and we've already written a law against it. You're not supposed to be able to do this. So either this is breaking the law, or once again, it just proves that it doesn't matter how many laws you write. Those people in D.C., the judges down in the Indiana Supreme Court, the appellate court, your local election board, they will use this lawfare against you. They have no concept of the law of the land, no concept of fundamental law. They know codes and statutes. They'll manipulate them or they'll outright break them. So the first one, Baird, which one is this?
Baird didn't stand with airline pilots who were fired for not getting COVID vaccines.
Yeah.
And the fact that, well, let me read what Baird said he wanted, if you can't see it there. Representative Baird fights for the people and champions the idea of a smaller government. That is political speak. It means nothing. It's hollow. He maintains that the federal government should not possess the authority to mandate hiring and firing decisions for private businesses, which is why he voted for the FAA reauthorization bill. Well, facts have a funny way of sticking in, right? When you're told a mistruth, the truth are the cracks in that lie. When it starts to fall apart, it's because the truth is crushing it. Let's go to, Charles, you should be able to read this one here. I'll let you take it from there.
I can read them. I want to talk about this one real quick.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, that's okay, you got that. Yeah.
Yep.
The fact is I'm just thinking off the top of my head because I've been thinking about these for a while, but the airline industry is the most regulated industry in the United States, arguably one of the most. So that's gaslighting. It's disingenuous for a congressman to say, oh, well, I couldn't vote for that. That's a private business. He has voted for bills that continue to regulate private businesses, including the airline industry. And this is it's a hollow response that is not based in fact. And he thinks that we're all morons to to buy this. And the fact is the reason that they had to reauthorize these pilots was because of an intervention in the government that they lost their jobs. Now, they may say, well, we didn't mandate vaccines. That might be true, but they offered up an exorbitant amount of money for these airlines to save them because they had just locked down the United States and the world. Everyone was struggling. So they held this carrot out and said, we're going to give you however many $100 million. But if you take the money, it will come with mask mandates in your airports and on your planes and vaccine mandates. So that is misleading and disingenuous. And I'm just so incensed that they think we're this stupid.
Well, and that's it right there. That's it right there. Let's move to the next one. Issue number 2. The myth, Baird co-sponsored a bill that gave $400 million for vaccine tracking. In here, he says it's a total lie. Go ahead, Charles.
That he cares about health records and that they should remain private. The bill he co-sponsored prevents databases funded by the liberal House Resolution 1319, American Rescue Plan, from federal government tracking. I heard Dan Crenshaw say the same thing. And again, do you want to send someone back to Washington, D.C. that has no spine, that they are going to co-sponsor a bill that in 2021, when the CDC was caught lying to the American people, caught flip-flopping on issues, the CDC is proven to be a vaccine manufacturer that profits off of vaccines, that at that time, he decided that instead of fighting back against it and putting up a fight by a liberal HR 1319, he's instead going to make a less onerous bill and just give them $400 million to create the database that tracks whether you're vaccinated or not. Yep. That's another difference, the philosophical difference between a fighter and someone that's complicit in the taking of our money and our freedoms.
Well, let's talk about what the facts are here with what we're actually talking about. The cold hard facts about H.R. 550, co-sponsored by Representative Baird, and this is from the actual bill. So when Jim Baird says in his document right here that it's a flat-out lie, it's a bold-faced lie, this is what the bill itself says. This bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, to take actions to improve data sharing and other aspects of immunization information systems. That's a mouthful. These are confidential, population-based databases. Those are things that hold records, that track you, that maintain a record of vaccine administrations.
Yeah. And when have these ever, one, not been weaponized against you? Yep. And two, if it maintains a record of vaccine administrations, then it also, by default, maintains a record of people who did not get vaccinated.
Because what's not there is just as important as what's there
Absolutely.
When you're tracking.
That's
they know
right.
who you are. They can cross reference these databases and find out that you've been vaccinated, you haven't, now you're on a list.
Absolutely.
And if you don't think that'll happen, and by the way, I don't know if Jim Baird thinks this way. I don't know if he realizes how government actually works and how it works against the people on a number of different occasions. Either he's complicit, he agrees with it, or he's inept and doesn't understand the system that he's working in. It's time that we get somebody that does. Moving to the next one here. The next one here I think is important as well. The myth is that Baird voted for a $113 billion Ukraine aid package, bringing us closer to nuclear war with Russia. Now, I don't know if you've ever said that. Maybe you have. But he's convoluting two different issues. Go ahead and take it off with the fact what he wants us to believe there, Charles.
That he knows that Russia is emboldened by weakness, not strength. That he supported the original aid package to help Ukraine fight Russian expansion. However, he voted against multiple successive bills due to concerns that the money was not being spent efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a student of history, a student of economics. I'm a student of war and a combat veteran. And I did not need an example of Ukraine to demonstrate that they were going to not spend that money efficiently. I didn't need that. because I'm not a moron.
And you're not corrupt.
And I'm not corrupt. And to act like that was something that wouldn't be noticed is again disingenuous.
Well,
and Russian is emboldened by weakness, not strength. That is again not the reason or the root cause of why Russia invaded Ukraine. People act like this happened. This started 2 years ago.
Right.
Well, the Putin interview proved that wasn't the case. Pat Buchanan proved that in 1990 when he said that the United States needs to pull out of NATO as soon as it achieved its goal. And the original goal of NATO was to stop the spread of the USSR. And when the USSR collapsed, then Pat Buchanan and other paleo conservatives said, it is time to get ourselves out of NATO. And we should have heeded his advice then.
Yep. Because what it sounds like is that Jim Baird sounds like John Kerry. I was before it, before I was against it. And the second question I have to ask, Charles, and answer this, if Russia is emboldened by weakness, why did Baird say that his vote was a vote for strength, and then he stopped doing it? If we're still worried about Russia, does the misspending of money really matter at that point?
Right.
Does that sound like a red herring to you?
Yeah, it's like if that's weakness is an existential threat, then it wouldn't matter if there was money being wasted. I mean, the United States military wastes money, and he still votes for all those. So I don't think that's what it is. I think that he sensed and knew. I was campaigning at the time. I was talking about this. I was against this from day one. Again, because I'm a student of history. I don't need to see them waste our taxpayer dollars to be proven they're going to waste our taxpayer dollars. I watch my own government waste our taxpayer dollars in every single thing they do. I mean, I don't need any more examples.
No, we don't need any more. The same thing with Israel. I feel for the people of Israel. I feel for the people of Palestine. The people, not the governments. But the money doesn't go to the people. It goes to the governments. And that's what we're trying to stop spending. Issue number 4 is the myth is Baird voted against cutting the budget of the main government agency involved in censoring American citizens online.
Yeah, Representative Baird is committed to preserving your right to free speech online. He voted to reject the Biden administration budget request of $3 trillion for the agency responsible for online censorship in the Department of Homeland Security's appropriation bill of 2023. Now let's pull up that
24.
Or 2024, yeah.
You know what? You may have that right. That may be right. I may have mistyped that. Here's what's actually going on, and I think this is interesting. Baird voted for 4367, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS Appropriations Act 2024. He voted for that, so I did have it right. It is 2024. Yeah. He voted for that, but voted no to all of these. Go ahead, Charles. Can you read those?
You go ahead and read them. I can't see them as well.
Baird voted no. That's roll call number 446 on House Amendment 400 to prohibit using funds to pay the salary and expenses of CISA Director Jen Easterly. So he had the opportunity to stop the program in its tracks. To stop he didn't do that. He didn't take action, right? Inaction is as much a decision as action is. So when they're not acting, they're agreeing with what's going on.
Yeah, and this is how Congress is supposed to rein in these rogue agencies. Like, this is what we have to do, people. When we go out and talking to people, like that question that Amanda asked me, like, what can we do? We have to be able to take bold things. You have to take their money away. Like Vivek Ramaswamy was saying something. We have to cut these agencies by 75%. We have to take these bureaucrats that make millions and millions of dollars on our money. They eat at the finest restaurants. They travel for free. They are supported by the lobbyists because they vote for and support these industries. This is how you do it. The Department of Homeland Security, it was established in 2001. It's done nothing to secure our homeland. They've done nothing to secure our borders. The TSA has done nothing to stop anything. They failed 98% of the tests that go through the TSA. It's just another bureaucratic agency that's a $1 trillion agency that they've weaponized against us. And if you want change in America, you have to vote for people and put people in there that they are going to tell the FIFA director, Jen Easterly, to go find another job. Yep. You're fired.
You're not going to come and censor us. And by the way, this is one of my issues. Free speech is one of my issues. Without our speech, Charles, we don't have anything else. And that's when we lose our speech, that's when the firearms come out. And nobody wants that. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants violence.
Nobody wants that.
But our founding fathers, why did they rise up? They were British citizens. And the reason they rose up is not because they wanted to overthrow the king, it's because they wanted their rights back. Mm-hmm. They kept petitioning the king. We want to exercise all the rights that Englishmen in London get to exercise.
Yeah.
That's
just
all
like
wanted.
When Paul was about to be killed in Rome, he asked the guard, like, hey, are you going to do this to a Roman? It's the same thing. The Americans said, hey, King George, we're British. Are you going to do this to Britain? And he said, yeah, we're going to pay for all this through oppressing you and taking your money. Nope. So they said, hey, and what we're saying right now is, hey, Republicans and Democrats, we're Americans. What are you doing to us? You can't censor us. You can't, we've got to defund these agencies. We've got to hold them accountable.
And given the opportunity to do that, Jim Baird voted no.
He failed.
Continue to let them censor the American people. He said no. He didn't rise up when he had the opportunity. He didn't do what he should have done. Let's move on to the next topic here.
And this is in light of the Obama administration, I think, overturning the Mutt-Smith Act.
The Smith
so think about that too.
Yeah, Smith-Mutt Modernization Act. People don't know about that. We can get that in. By the way, you've got a ton of questions we're going to get to here at the end, but we want to go through this Jim Baird thing and present it. And as soon as we get that done, we're going to go through all the questions that are coming in through Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and so on. The myth that Jim is saying that is out there, it's a lie about him, is that Baird voted for red flag provisions in the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA. The fact Baird wants you to believe is that Representative Baird knows, this is what he says, Representative Baird knows the Second Amendment is a foundational constitutional right. Nobody in Congress is a bigger supporter of the military than Representative Baird. Okay, again, that's political speak. It means nothing. That's, in colloquial terms, he's blowing sunshine out his butt. Nobody in Congress is a bigger supporter of the military than Representative Baird. I agree with that. He's a military man. I can see that. But he didn't act like that. He voted for the initial version of the 2022 NDAA to prioritize troop pay and readiness. That he did. That's what he focused on, knowing that the red flag provisions would be removed in the final bill. How could he know that? He didn't know that.
Well, he signed a letter.
He signed a tersely worded letter requesting that the Senate remove that before they put it back to the House. They asked for that to be done. There's no guarantee that that was going to happen, folks. Jim Baird voted for a bill that had red flag laws in it against our military and removed their right to due process. And he says that he's for the military and then says, well, I asked them to take it back out. You can't vote for a bill that you don't fully support. Why would you vote for a bill that you don't fully support? I'll tell you why. Well, it's not important for me to tell you why. Charles, you tell him why he voted for a bill.
Well, I don't know what you have on there, but it's my guess that he may not even have known. And that is a risk that I would not have taken with our Second Amendment. And here's why. We have red flag laws in Indiana. The Indiana Republicans passed red flag laws. So to act like this can't happen in our military is a risk that I would not take, first of all. Yep. And second of all, that is such an important amendment and such an important right that we have, our God-given right to protect ourselves. I would never take that risk, and I would negotiate I mean, I wouldn't even negotiate. That is a,
No, there's
that
no
is a
negotiation.
non-negotiable. There's no negotiating with
Here's what I find interesting. So I'll read this for you. Baird voted yay on roll call number 293 for the final passage of H.R. 4350 in the 117th Congress, which contains red flag language in Section 529 of the bill. The bill itself received 31 amendments in the House, none from Jim Baird. Jim Baird could have amended that. He didn't. He wrote a heated letter with 100 other people saying, hey, I think we made a mistake in voting for this bill because we didn't know what was in it. I think that's what happened. I don't know for sure.
They didn't know what's in it.
Yep.
And that's why I've committed to people that when given a 7,000-page bill and 3 days to vote it, they vote in it. I'm not going to do it. We can't do that anymore. Nope. We can't rely on them to just tell the leadership to say or let Nancy Pelosi to say, just pass it and we'll figure out what's in it. And then giving these administrative agencies the authority to fill out this infrastructure in these bills and write this administrative law. That's it's over. We can't do that anymore. It's not business as usual anymore. I would never negotiate with our Second Amendment rights.
I agree 100%. Issue number, I think this is number 5 or 6. The myth is that Baird voted for a massive spending deal in 2022 that didn't stop Biden's Green New Deal, end COVID, or end the vaccine mandate for our troops. The fact that he gives you here, that he wants you to believe, is that Representative Baird is committed to ending Biden's wasteful policy agenda. That's up for debate. He voted against the omnibus spending bills. In 2022 and 2023, he also voted to terminate the COVID national emergency and the initial 2023 NDAA, which ended vaccine mandates for our troops. And what's the truth on that, Charles?
I'm just going to make a comment. I'll let you read the cold hard facts. I like that better. But look, I would just want to make these comments. Look at the dates on these. We announced our candidacy in May of 2022, and it is known that when you primary an incumbent, it forces that incumbent to listen to their constituency and it holds them accountable. There's a reason that Jim Baird voted for the first time against an NDAA in maybe 2020, the end of 2023. There's a reason that Jim Baird for the first time voted against an omnibus spending bill. There's a reason that Jim Baird in the last few months has actually had some conservative votes. The reason you're looking at the reason. This is how it happens. You primary challengers pull the Republicans back to the right where they should be. And if they don't, and if I lose the primary, Jim Baird is going to go right back to his big government Baird habits. Now, what are the cold hard facts, Kramer?
Well, the cold hard facts is what you just talked about. That's what we kind of talked about the other day. This is slides 6 and 7, which are combined, and I think we had to talk about it all at the same thing because there's too many issues here to talk about. Let me bring this back in here. I didn't have either of those ready to go. Let me bring this in real quick so you can see it. The myth that they want you to believe is point number 7 on that sheet. Do you still have it there in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So fact number 7 is that the myth is that Baird voted to raise the debt ceiling to allow the U.S. to accrue unlimited debt. And the fact is, Baird wants you to believe is that Representative Baird is protecting your hard-earned money and cutting wasteful spending. He sent you a flyer that cost how much money to tell you how much money he's saving you? That doesn't make sense. I spent money to show you how much I'm saving you. He voted for the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is estimated to reduce spending by $2 trillion, according to the Congressional Budget Office. And this is what's interesting to me, is he said he's going to claw back unspent COVID funds while fully funding Social Security, Medicare, and it's all bullshit, right? None of that matters, right? All that last stuff is just that.
Who voted for the COVID funds?
Yeah, who voted for that?
Who voted for the COVID funds? You mean that he voted to claw back money that he irresponsibly voted for the COVID funds?
Well, and on his website, or on the congressional website, he posted, and I wish I'd brought it up, but he posted that one of the reasons that he didn't go for Biden's new spending deal is because, well, we still had COVID money to use. Money from COVID that was already there that we could go ahead and utilize that. That was his reason. Now here he says that he's trying to claw back the COVID dollars. Folks, you can't have it both ways. And when you look at it from the perspective of a logical person, my dad used to say, I think he's peeing on my leg and trying to convince me it's raining outside.
Yeah,
And I think
have
that's
that
where
same
we're at.
feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break here. We'll come back and start answering some of these questions. Are you done? Are you happy? Or you want to close out on this?
Yeah,
Do you think it's
man. Let's get these questions.
okay? Before we go, I think it's important to tell you the world that we're currently living in. It's being reported right now out of Tennessee. The Biden regime sues state of Tennessee over law punishing prostitutes for knowingly spreading HIV. Biden says you can't do that. Why? Well, it violates the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Yeah, I mean that's just incredible. I haven't seen that. I haven't heard of that. But that is just a complete gaslighting again of what are the responsibilities of government, what they should be doing, and what they shouldn't be doing. They manipulate these laws. I don't even know why President Biden would come out would say something like that.
Because they're desperate. They've got to have something. Biden is in trouble. In fact, not only is Biden in trouble, but the rhinos are in trouble. That's why we've seen so many abandon running again in 2024, because they know they're in trouble or they sense something in the air. I think that they sense that the American people are done. The electorate is done with them, and they want to move on, and they want to get people to do what you're doing. Right? The reason I jump behind your campaign is not because you're promising me something. It's because you're saying just the opposite.
I got nothing to promise.
You
I
have
promise
nothing to
you,
give me.
I'll fight for your freedom.
Right.
I promise you. And any donor that gives me money, it comes with no promises other than I am a constitutionalist. I believe in the fundamental law, the law of the land, and I'm going to fight for that every single day. Why? Because I want it. It's something that I personally want, and I want to bequeath it to my own children. And so I got nothing for you other than fighting for for the fundamental law and to preserve the United States of America, the greatest country, the greatest, what is it? I can't remember the word, but practice, the greatest trial, the greatest experiment the greatest experiment in government, in self-government is the United States of America, which they're taken away from us. In my own lifetime, I've seen it just completely slip away. It's frightening.
And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Well, let's take a break and then we'll come back with the questions.
Yep.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Why am I running? Simple. The out-of-control spending, well, it's out of control, and somebody has to do something about it. Take, for example, this taxpayer-funded billboard that was strategically placed by Representative Baird in front of my Frankfort, Indiana, Jimmy John's franchise. Nice one, Jim. Now, to the untrained eye, this billboard looks exactly like a campaign ad, but it's not. It's franked mail. It's your tax dollars being used by an incumbent to remind you of all the reasons that you should go vote for them. And every day I leave work, I'm reminded exactly why I'm running for Congress. Jim Baird won't let me forget. Thanks, Jim. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Welcome back. Hold on a second, Charles. Welcome back. We're doing the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. If you've never seen us do this before, it gives you a unique opportunity to talk to the candidates, in particular, Charles Bookwalter, the only candidate that I'm concerned about, who's running for the 4th District in Indiana. If you want to find out more about him, you can go to bookwalterforcongress.com or search for him for Bookwalter for Congress on Facebook. And let's get him back in here. Charles, go ahead.
Yeah, that, by the way, that billboard that Jim Baird put out was franked mail. It's a campaign ad. It was put out right in front of my Jimmy John's. There's billboards all over the 4th District that taxpayers paid for. And I want to make this clear before I take our first question. Jim Baird in 2023 raised $100,000 from lobbyists and PACs, and he raised $40,000 from individual contributors, most of who do not reside in Indiana or the 4th Congressional District. And he spent $50,000 on small dollar fundraising. Our campaign, so it was actually under, his numbers were 138. Our campaign raised in that same time frame $139,000. We outraised the incumbent. $60,000 of that was my own contribution that I put towards the campaign. And we raised $90K in individual contributions from people within the 4th Congressional District. Like, it's incredible. That's what gives me hope that we have a real shot here. Now, Jim Baird he loaned his campaign $170K. So that what he's sitting on, half of it is a loan to himself. So they're not raising a lot of money, and they don't have a lot of money to spend, because my guess is he would like to recoup that 170K
Right.
that he loaned to his campaign.
Right, exactly. They rarely want to actually have their money spent. Again, that's why he's using franked mail.
Look, I don't hate him for that. I know the feeling.
Yep.
You know, I'm invested in this too.
Let's look at the first question here from Jennifer Beyer. How do we turn the Baird campaign in for breaking the law?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer Beyer, for doing that. Can we bring that up,
Sure.
Kramer? I think that you have that.
Yep,
I am asking everyone tonight to go to the Committee on Ethics. What do you have the URL there?
I don't. It's a long one.
Okay. You can search for it, Committee on Ethics. They also have a Twitter feed. It's at Congress Ethics. I encourage you to contact the committee and file a report for the Congressional Ethics Committee against Jim Baird using the franked mail privilege to campaign. This is what the website looks like. At the bottom, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see the numbers and the email update sign up where you can complain to the Committee on Ethics that Congressman Baird is using this. And every single Hoosier in the 4th District should be incensed. We have one billboard because we have to pay for it.
Right.
We cannot afford to send out these huge mailers answering selling to the people of the 4th District, because it's very expensive to do this. We can't do a lot of things because we don't have the money to do it. Yet Jim Baird is not spending his donations from lobbyists to campaign. He's using our taxpayer dollars to campaign and answer the questions that we are bringing up. It should be offensive to every Hoosier.
So the answer to the question is call the number tomorrow, or you can call them now. The lines are actually open 24/7. You'll leave a message anyway. But the phone number is 202-225-7103. That's 202-225-7103 to complain about what Jim Baird is doing with your tax dollars. Folks, people ask all the time, what can I do? What can I do? This is one small thing you can do. Will it make a difference? No, but it'll put a thorn in their side. They have to act to this.
Difference. Look, it may make a difference. It may mean we have a strategy that we're going to do the same thing, and that we're going to contact the speaker about this as well. This is unethical and immoral, and it may be that it was approved by someone that shouldn't approve this campaign literature. I need everyone out there, whether you're in Alabama or Iowa, you should all be offended too. That money is your taxpayer dollars going to a sitting incumbent to run a campaign. That was never the intention of the franked mail privilege.
And if it's a privilege, it can be taken back away.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is one of those things that it's used and abused. Another question here from Heather. She's asking, what's your biggest concern about the next 6 to 8 months?
Well, my short-term concerns are border and inflation and war. Those are my 3 short-term concerns right now. I am a strong advocate for pulling our military out of these interventions all over the world, bringing them home and stacking them up on the border to do what they were meant to do, which is defend our homeland. But not just that, bringing our men home back into our communities, these patriotic, conservative men that go fight in the military, bringing them home so that they can fight back against this culture war that we're losing in America. And inflation is another thing that is very concerning because, it's going to get to the point where it's hard to afford anything, to drive around, to get food. And that's all because of this Green New Deal energy scam and all that. War also is very important to me because I've said it before. I believe that war will be the opportunity for all of the establishment to cover up all of these issues that are so important to us. If the United States gets drawn into a world war where Russia and Iran have united, and there's a unified front against America and some European countries, we're pulled into world war. We will forget about the border. We will forget about our medical liberties. We will forget about inflation. We will forget about the usurpation of all of these responsibilities that we're supposed to have. The same thing happened during World War II. All those issues will go away, and they'll point to people like me, and they'll say, how unpatriotic of you. You need to support your country. You need to support our men and women overseas. That's what frightens me about going to world war. All of these issues, our border issue will go away, and they will flood in our borders.
Yep.
And the long-term, I think the long-term concern, well, she has 6 to 8 months, but the long-term concern is still a 6 to 8 month concern. It's apathy. Right. It's apathy, people. You've got to get engaged. If good people don't get involved, bad people are going to be running our government, and they are. They're in your election boards. They're in your local governments. They're in your county commissioner spots. They're your precinct committeemen. They're the teachers that are indoctrinating and grooming your children. They are right there involved in your community.
That's the question, right? Everyone asks you, who are they? When you say they, who are they? Are they somebody in Davos or in Washington, D.C.? No, they're in our backyard.
Yes. They're your Karen neighbor that is a part of the HOA that doesn't want you to fly an American flag. They're the election board that won't give you 15 minutes and won't take one of your questions and show transparency in our elections. They're the Indiana Supreme Court justices that uphold a 6-year holdout and making you wait 6 years to run for office. They're the attorneys that don't argue fundamental law that get wrapped up in codes and statutes. They're the local politician that votes to allow solar fields to come into your backyard or allow central Soviet-style planning in our own state of America. They're right here in our state, in your communities. That's the they. And so apathy has allowed the they to take complete control of our lives and expand their reach into our lives. And we need good people like those that are watching tonight to not be apathetic and to engage in this process, to support grassroots candidates and get involved themselves in local government.
I agree 100%. Stan Issa asks, what is your plan for the border?
I just said it. Like, that is what our military is for, is to defend the United States of America. It is not to defend the borders of Jordan. It's not to have 800 bases in 180 countries overseas. It's not meant to go do the things that they're doing right now. We have overextended ourselves in the world. Rome did the same thing before the fall of Rome. We have to bring our troops home and focus on our domestic problems here at home. Our military should be stacked. We don't even need a wall. We need our military on our border. That's what we need. And another thing that I've talked about a lot is we need the federal government to stop politicizing this border issue and give the resources and the autonomy to these border states to deal with this issue. Right. Texas has already proven that they'll do what it takes to stop people from coming in their border. They're the closest to it, and they need to be given this responsibility. We have built up a $1 trillion industry, so-called Border Patrol and Homeland Security, and we've given them all this responsibility and all this power and all this authority, and those managers are mismanaging it. It's never been more porous. It's never been worse. We've never had a more of an invasion than we have right now. That we need to remove that responsibility from the federal government and deposit that responsibility to those closest to the issue, which is the border states. That's what I would be behind.
Pan Fisher from Facebook asked, inflation's out of control. Bread, bacon, milk, everything's through the roof. How do we get this back under control?
Yeah, I'm asking Pam to go to understand what inflation really is. We talked about it a little bit before. Inflation is a policy. It is a policy of printing off money, and inflation is a result of deficit spending. The United States Congress has to do their job, and their job is to control these rogue agencies through the budgetary process. We've got to reduce these agencies. We have to reduce their budgets, and we have to get this deficit spending out of control. That means you do not, the House, which is great that they're not doing, you do not give Ukraine $98 billion. That's what you don't do.
Right. Again. After we already know that they've wasted how much, and there's no accounting for it. Ellen O'Brien asked on Facebook, we will forget about the elections in 2024? The free and fair elections?
Yes. If we go to war, I don't know what she's alluding to, but if we go to war, election integrity isn't an issue anymore. Democrats will get elected if we're in a war footing. All those establishment Republicans will prey on your patriotism, and they will ask for your reelection. War will create a focus solely on war, and we will forget about these election issues that are so important, like one national day of election, like eliminating the fraud and abuse that occurs in the elections. It'll stop this grassroots fight we have to really actually have free and fair elections in the United States. We cannot let the war machine and these corrupt politicians get us in another world war that Americans will completely lose focus on these domestic issues that are more important than what's going on in Ukraine and Russian affairs that has been going on for thousands of years, for centuries. And the same with Israel and Gaza. Yep. These are 4,000-year-old conflicts. Americans don't even know what's going on in Kentucky or Kansas or Alaska. Americans don't even know what's going on in their own schools. You don't even know what the curriculum is. And Americans think that they know what's better for Ukraine and Russian affairs. It's laughable to think that Americans can tell these other countries 10,000 miles away how they need to run their own country when we can't even run our own schools. It's offensive.
Well, and more importantly, Charles, government is supposed to be we the people. I think that what we've forgotten is that we the people is us. They're managers. They're nothing more than the people that we've said, hey, listen, we don't have time to do this. Go take care of this stuff. And for whatever reason, they've gotten into their mind that they're the bosses.
Yeah. I suggest you don't even call. And I stole this from my brother, who's actually, he stepped up to the plate, and he's running for state Senate and Senate District 7 in Indiana. And he said, I'm going to stop calling these people congressman and senator, and I'm just going to start calling them manager in their last name, because they're not representing us. And I thought, Joseph, it's very insightful and observant. They are not representing us. It is we the people, and yet they don't do anything that we want. They are managing, and we know what they're doing. They're managing their personal affairs and the finances of their friends through us. That's what they're managing. They're managing their careers, they're managing their own interests, and they're not representing us.
Well, a good example is from the Gateway Pundit this afternoon. Illinois lawmaker proposes labeling parents as abusers for denying minor children sex changes.
Yeah.
Talk about the management class.
I don't even want to say that is an objective truth. That is that they're trying to create a whole new narrative. It's anti-God. It's laughable. I mean, I don't even.
Did you have an opportunity to see any of the interview with Tucker Carlson and Putin?
I haven't watched the whole thing yet. It's hard to get through that entire thing.
It is. Well, when you listen to it, it's a 2-hour history lesson of Russia and who they are as a people and what their boundaries have been. And what they're saying, which is interesting to me, they're saying Russia used to be this big, right? And a group over here came and colonized part of us, and we want it back. And Democrats are against that when they're telling us that we should give America back to the Native Americans.
Yeah.
I mean, the duplicity of how Democrats think and how they can say one thing over here and another thing over here, and they're diametrically opposed to each other, and they can't see it. Well, it's not just Democrats. It's our rhinos as well. And I know some Republicans don't like to hear the name rhino, but Jeff Flake, Mitt Romney, they're rhinos. They're Republican in name only. They do not vote with the American people. They're not concerned about you and I. They're concerned about their big money. They're concerned about Bain Investments. They're concerned about BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. That's who they're appeasing. They couldn't care less about us.
Why is that? Why is that? We know why it is. It's because that's their constituency. That's who pays their bills. That's who contributes to all their. That's who pays for all the RNC. And frankly, and we all know it, the Indiana Republican Party is full of Democrats. It's run by Democrats. Holcomb is a World Economic Forum lackey, has brought the Indiana Economic Forum to Indiana. We're literally fighting this global battle right here in our backyards in Indiana as the Indiana Republicans deposit these World Economic Forum ideas in our own backyard through the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. They're doing the same thing at a national level through this green energy scam. This is a World Economic Forum scam being perpetrated on us in our own backyard. Wake up, America.
It's time to wake up. Charles, that does it for the questions here. We got a couple of others, but you've already answered those. So I'm telling people to go back and watch the beginning of it here because it's basic stuff. But I think that it's important for those of the Indiana's fourth to realize our nation is at a crossroads. We're in trouble. And for those of you who think that, well, voting doesn't work because the voting's rigged, you still got to vote. We've got to fix it. And I think, and this is a question for me. We've got a situation where tons of people don't trust the vote. They don't trust what's happening in the country. They don't trust leadership. They don't trust the politicians. They don't trust the mainstream media. And when people like yourself stand up to run, the question is asked, why should I trust you? Why should we trust you, Charles?
Well, I've demonstrated. I've said this to people. Look at people's past. Look at their record. When my company started mandating vaccines and the hospital, I walked away from an incredibly lucrative career. When the state government came in and tried to lock me down and mask my employees, I told them, no, I'm not doing it. I didn't rearrange. I didn't rearrange my tables. I didn't change my restaurant at all. It was like 2019 the entire time. I didn't force masks on my employees. I stood up to the COVID regime. When they try to pass silly bills in the Indiana State House, I go down there and testify against it. And, and locally, I'm fighting for local election integrity laws. I, too, don't trust the system because they're not being transparent. But you know how we could? You know what would give me real faith in the system is if all of you come out and vote. We need an overwhelming win. They talk about having a mandate when you run. Could you imagine if Hoosiers come out, patriotic Hoosiers come out and support a candidate like me? It will be disruptive. I'm telling you, I will go there and I will rub their faces in the feces that they have put all over our country.
Yep.
And that's what it takes. A spine. Like Steve Bannon says, we need people with a titanium spine. I have served my country. I went and fought for my country. I'm not afraid to do it. I've just realized now that our fight isn't in Afghanistan.
No.
Our fight is not in Iran. Our fight is not in Ukraine or Israel or South America or the Philippines or China. Our fight is right here at home right now. And you need to join this fight. We have a mandate in here and we send more patriots to Washington, D.C. We will absolutely turn this country around in short order. We'll protect that border. We'll defund these agencies. We will change inflation, reduce inflation, and we will increase our stature in the world. So a constituent today I was talking to didn't really agree with my position on Ukraine. He said, well, if we pull out, isn't Iran and Russia and all these countries going to unify against us? And I said, they're unified against us because of our aggressive foreign policy. If we step back and we come back and we take a more peaceful position in foreign policy, no, I think those countries would be happy and would not. No one's coming over to attack us on our homeland. Like the Emperor of Japan says, there's an American behind every blade of grass with the firearm. Well, you'll find me with than one firearm behind that blade of grass.
Here's another one. Talking about these agencies that are out of control, Charles, again, being reported by the Gateway Pundit, the FDA director, Dr. Peter Marks, admits to expediting approval of Pfizer COVID vaccine, potentially to meet mandate guidelines.
That's why someone asked me today. It was a former nurse, and she didn't agree with my position on vaccines. She said, "Why didn't you want the vaccine?" I said, "Because I was 45 at the time. It was an emergency use authorization for the vaccine. It was untested. It was new technology, and I didn't want to have it. I believe in in natural immunity, not vaccine-induced immunity. I understand medicine, and I did not want it. And that's my choice. I believe in medical freedom and informed consent, and I don't want to have it. And anytime that they mandate an emergency use on something that they're making a fortune on, you should be concerned. This is them making money, and we all know it.
Yeah.
This is about them keeping you unhealthy, so you need them to give you a vaccine or whatever.
And it's important to understand that prior to COVID, Moderna, Pfizer, and these other large manufacturers, these other large drug companies were in trouble. They were financially in trouble. Pfizer had been hit, I believe it was in 2009, with the largest criminal penalty ever because they lied to doctors. They lied in studies. They had to pay a $2 billion fine. Why? Because they're liars. And then we're supposed to believe everything that they said 6, 7, 8 years later? No.
Yep. And it's same with Merck, and it's same with Glaxo. In reality, these are criminal organizations that have criminal penalties against them in hundreds of billions of dollars because they've injured, harmed, and maimed Americans. And right now, according to Dr. Malone, there have been 17 million excess deaths in America, in the world, that are unexplained, and over 600,000 in America. Excess unexplained deaths that most people think or can attribute, in my estimation, to these vaccines. I think vaccines are responsible for a lot of things that we really never have thought about before. Conditions, skin conditions, allergic reactions, autism, all kinds of things, because no one's ever studied this very deeply.
And by the way, for the people, the naysayers, it's been studied. It has not. The people that did the studies for these were being paid for an answer. They were not being paid for a study. The people that sponsored the studies wanted a negative answer because they were the ones responsible for the vaccines. You have to know who's doing the studies. You can't just say, well, this study proves it doesn't.
Yep.
When you know
and
who's paying for it.
side by side. There've never been side by side studies done either. They've never done it before. The vaccine companies are the ones that do. I worked for a pharma company in my young age. I understand how these things are done. And frankly, when you call on doctors and surgeons and you take them, by the time I was a senior rep for Intuitive Surgical and Medical Devices, I didn't even take these studies to doctors. No doctor looked at these studies. They said this exact same thing. I called on doctors, primary care, and surgeons for over a decade. Those doctors don't look at these studies. They don't look at them. They don't trust them because they know where these studies come from. They come from the manufacturer of the device or of the pharmaceutical. Right. Anyone in the industry knows that to be the fact.
Yep. What happens is these companies, they submit a report about how dangerous or the side effects of their product, whatever. They submit that to the federal government. The federal government does not come and test that material. The FDA does not test anything. They trust the manufacturer to do that testing for them and submit their results. And that's why Pfizer in particular got in trouble, because they lied about it.
Yeah. Yep. I'm telling you, Kramer, this is not an exaggeration. Doctors and surgeons do not listen to sales rep studies.
Yep.
They do not listen. They won't even, if it happens to come with a lunch, they'll eat your lunch and they'll listen to you. But if you have a good relationship with one of them, a close relationship, they'll look at you and say, dude, come on.
Right.
What are you doing? I'm not interested in that study. I know how this stuff works.
Right. Well, we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we're going to wrap things up. We'll be right back after this.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
As we wrap up here, Charles, what would you like to say in closing? I think it's important for the people to start to understand how dire the situation is, and that a vote for Jim Baird is a vote for the status quo.
Yeah, that's right. I just can't reinforce enough that, you may not agree with me on everything. And I get that. You're never going to agree with everyone on anything. But people are passionate about a number of these issues that we do agree on. And if you want to see change in your lifetime, in Indiana, and in America, then you have to be prepared to take bold action. We all know what I'm saying is the truth. We all know that these politicians and these bureaucrats are completely corrupt to the core. They're not Republicans. They're not Democrats. They're captured. They're captured by the system. And you have to start considering voting for someone that's actually saying this stuff now. I am on the record challenging them for what they're doing. And if you want to be your representative that represents that point of view in Congress, then you need to ask them the positions now. I make it very clear. I do this 2 hours. We've been doing this every Thursday. I'm not hiding behind any of these positions. Again, you may not agree with any of it, but if you believe in medical liberty, I will fight for your medical liberty. Congressman Baird will not. If you believe that we are extended overseas and we should not be intervening in other countries, I will fight against that and bring our troops home. Jim Baird will not do that, and he's proven that. If you don't believe that we have free and fair elections, I've already proven I'm fighting that right now at our local level. Jim Baird is not fighting for that. If you don't believe in the Green New Deal energy scam and you're concerned that they are trying to control and manipulate our food supplies and create this niche market that only enriches a few of their friends, I see through that scam and I'm against it. Jim Baird co-sponsored 4824. He's spearheading carbon sequestration right here in Indiana. So you may not agree with everything, but if you want a fighter that's got a spine, then you need to support my campaign. And oh, by the way, we need some money. So donate to my campaign. Yep. Go to my website. Go look at it. You can donate through WinRed, but go down to the bottom. There's a P.O. Box, P.O. Box 43. Send a check. Give until it hurts. That's what it takes.
Yep. We are in dire straits in this nation, folks, and it's up to you. I know people keep talking about, term limits. They think that that's the solution. Jim Baird is limited already to his term. It's 2 years.
That's right. It's you.
It's you.
It's up to you
you
to
have
vote.
to enforce the term limit and say you're done. And the way that you do that is vote for anybody but the incumbent in this case, right? In this case right now, the only person that's worth voting for is Charles Bookwalter because he's on the ground. He's been knocking on doors. He's all throughout the district. Charles, can we talk real quickly about what we have coming up? Tomorrow night, there's a fundraiser in Martinsville at Fox Cliff Country Club, I believe it is. Is that correct?
Fox Cliff Country Club in Martinsville, Indiana. That'll be at 5:30 p.m. I'm looking forward to people. It's a small fundraiser, so it's as much as you want to give, obviously, but just to get in the door, it's $50 a person, $100 per family. That's on Friday, Fox Cliff Country Golf Club in Martinsville, Indiana. Then we have a few big events coming up on Monday, one of which, and we should have had the flyer up ready today, but there's a big event going on in Kentucky that is a revival veterans event. It's a General Flynn event. And we will be down there speaking at that event with the Flynn campaign, just engaging a lot of patriots and veterans down there. And I will be speaking down there. I'm also speaking at the Service Members Club here in Indianapolis at 12 o'clock on Monday morning and then heading down to Kentucky. So, another thing that you can all do, and we need to wrap this up, but, learn how to shoot, do jujitsu, grow your own food, become independent, question authority, pray to God, read your Bible. That's what you need to do.
There you go. I think that says it all. If you want to reach out, what's the number again? I don't have it up here. We'll get that on the next show here. What's the number that they can reach you at if they want to talk to you directly? You have a campaign
you can
number?
Call me. I got a campaign phone. It's right here. You can call me at 765-670-1221. I say again, 765-670-1221. You can email me, charles@bookwalterforcongress.com, or you could get it to our Facebook page, Bookwalter for Congress, or you can contact me on Twitter at TC Bookwalter, @TC Bookwalter. I thank you very much, those of you that have supported up to this point. And I ask those of you that doesn't matter where you live in your state, you know very well a congressman affects your life, whether they live in your state or not. And many of you live in the cities and you have a Democrat as a congressman and they're not going to be challenged. So you need to look at a candidacy like mine and support a candidacy like mine. I will guarantee you one thing. I will continue to speak truth to power. I am not afraid of them.
Yep. If you're in a city and you've got blue representation, the best way to get red representation is to vote for those people in the districts outside in the rural areas and let them go fight the fight for you. If your congressman won't do it, if your congressperson won't do it, then you got to do it. You've got to take control of your freedom. Charles, thank you so much. Glad we can do this again. Next Thursday night, 7 p.m. We'll start when we end. We don't know, but tonight about 2 hours, so another good show. We got a lot of great responses, by the way. Mary writes you a note here. Awesome show. Charles was awesome. So Mary, the producer, saying you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Mrs. Kramer says.
There we go. I appreciate it. With that being said, we're out here. We'll see you again next Thursday. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Our nation is at a breaking point. Out-of-control crime, runaway inflation, political corruption, and politicians who talk a big game but just can't seem to deliver. Charles Bookwalter is a proven conservative leader, a man of faith and conviction, a former Green Beret. Charles Bookwalter offered his life in the service of his nation once before and is now willing to serve again. To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and his vision for the state of Indiana and this great nation, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. Donate, volunteer, join in, stand up, and fight back.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Why am I running? Simple. The out-of-control spending, well, it's out of control, and somebody has to do something about it.
Take, for example, this taxpayer-funded billboard that was strategically placed by Representative Baird in front of my Frankfort, Indiana, Jimmy John's franchise. Nice one, Jim. Now, to the untrained eye, this billboard looks exactly like a campaign ad, but it's not. It's franked mail. It's your tax dollars being used by an incumbent to remind you of all the reasons that you should go vote for them. And every day I leave work, I'm reminded exactly why I'm running for Congress. Jim Baird won't let me forget. Thanks, Jim.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Our nation is at a breaking point. Out-of-control crime, runaway inflation, political corruption, and politicians who talk a big game but just can't seem to deliver. Charles Bookwalter is a proven conservative leader, a man of faith and conviction, a former Green Beret. Charles Bookwalter offered his life in the service of his nation once before and is now willing to serve again. To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and his vision for the state of Indiana and this great nation, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. Donate, volunteer, join in, stand up, and fight back. Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. Thanks again for joining us for our special edition of our Town Hall series. If you've been watching, you can see that there's not one question that I don't answer. Transparency is very important to our campaign. So I encourage you, if you have any questions or concerns, please go to our website, or you can email me, charles@bookwalterforcongress.com, or you can call me at 765-670-1221. And if I don't answer, I'll get back to you. That being said, enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
Thank you for watching the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. For more information about Charles Bookwalter and the Bookwalter for Congress campaign, visit bookwalterforcongress.com.